All right, good morning, everybody. How's the volume on the mic? I've got it much closer to my mouth now, so it should be better. And yeah, hope you're all doing well. I've still got the COVID pretty good, but I've got the meds, and I'll stream as long as the meds last until the next fever kicks in. That's a strong one, guys. I haven't had it this strong since 2020, so is what it is. I have Lyme's disease. I got it in Sweden from a tick bite a long time ago. They didn't catch it in time, so it's kind of stuck with me. And I think it makes, when I get COVID or when I get a flu, it makes it worse with the Lyme's. I don't know. It just kind of is what it is. It doesn't really affect me too much, just when I get sick. All right. Well, enough about me, because that's not going to make us any money. What's up, Luke? Oh, good. I'm glad the mic is good, man. Nice. Sorry I've been sick, guys. I wish I wasn't sick. I was super fired up on Saturday when I did the week ahead analysis. Like, I was just so pumped to come in on Monday. And then my kid was sick all weekend. And then on Sunday, I just got hammered. It's like, oh boy, here we go. And now I've been in bed pretty much until yesterday. So, yeah, well, let's get the party started here. That's kind of the nice thing, I guess, about working for yourself when you trade and you do well with it. Well, when you get sick and you're laying in bed, you're like, okay, it's cool. I'm lucky not to have the pressure that a lot of people have, where if they don't go to work, they don't make money, and then they can't pay bills. And I can imagine that kind of pressure, and that must suck. So we're lucky when we get ourselves into this position from trading. All right, so I've got kind of a new. I think the camera is good. Yeah, Luke, can you tell me? Because I switched things around, and I've got you guys here now, and I've got the chat over here. I think everything looks good to me. Oh, nice, man. Yeah, I've heard that's pretty intense. Okay, thanks, man. Okay, so are you all laid up in bed? It's a good time to make some money trading, Luke. I never had my wisdom teeth taken out. I guess I'm like, I don't know. I'm 45, so I don't know if maybe I could have them taken out later. I don't really want them taken out. So, all right, guys. Well, let's go ahead, and I'm happy to have you here, Luke and JP, and I'm sure some people will file in. Nice. That's the way to do it. I wish I was chilling in bed, Luke. I was chilling in bed about an hour ago. My body was like, don't get up. I was like, I got to get up. All right, so we're going to trade 5 funded accounts on Topstep. They are going to be 150K accounts, which is why we're saying max funded 750K, because we can only have 5 of these. So here they are. And you can see, this is the one yesterday I posted in the chat where I went long soybean meal, I think it was, and then I broke even. So that was the commissions. That was a good trade. We were up quite a bit before it came back and took us out. But this XFA hasn't been traded yet. And then these are the ones where I took like the $9,000 payout, I don't know, a week or so ago, whenever that was. I haven't really traded them since. So the way that I'm going to trade these is I'm going to like try to set an example here, and we'll see how it goes, right? I'm doing it live, not the easiest thing in the world, but I've decided to throw caution to the wind and say fuck it. So whether I win or lose off air or on air, it really makes no fucking difference, to be honest. So might as well do it on air, and we're gonna win because we fucking crush. So basically what I'm gonna do is try to risk, I got a little one of these little fruit flies. I'm gonna try to risk about 400 bucks ish, maybe 500 bucks ish on each one of these XFAs. So the way I'm looking at this, so you guys understand, is that these top XFAs, like, since I already took a payout, the draw on this now is what you see here, 2,700 bucks, about right here, 2,400 bucks, right here, 4,500 bucks. So the draw is that, because that's already profit, right? But then the draw on these, of course, is 4,500 because they're new accounts, right? So the way that I'm going to trade this is that, like, on trade number 1 here, right, I'm going to, whatever we decide to take, I'm going to take it on a fresh XFA. and it's either going to lose, you know, $400 or whatever on this fresh XFA, or I'll make, you know, my goal is to make about 3 to 1 on each trade. So just call it 400 to make 1200, something like that. I'm going to try and be more aggressive and less picky. I'm still going to be very focused on quality, but VolPro Edge is so good that once you've got the system, if you err on the side of a little bit of aggression, you'll be more rewarded for that as opposed to punished. So I'm looking. I think I should be able to find across all these futures markets, you know, 4 good setups a day is what my goal is. And I'm just looking at the math, guys, and this is I'm talking about all this because this is how I want you guys to look at it. And I know there's only a couple people here because I haven't been streaming lately, but this will be recorded for others to catch up on later. But basically, if you look at this like a package where, you know, we risk $400 per trade, and I'm just gonna, so on the first XFA, I'm gonna do that, and then I'm gonna go to the next XFA, and then I'm gonna go to the next. So I'm gonna cycle through each XFA trade by trade by trade, and then come back around and and then come back around and like that, right? And my goal is to obviously try and build these XFAs to much larger amounts. And, you know, if you do the math, say, okay, 4 trades a day, that's 20 trades a week. Let's just say 10 of them lose, you know, $400 each, right? Well, that's $4 grand in losses. Let's say 10 of them make $1,200 each, right? So that's 12 grand in wins. Well, 12 minus 4 is $8,000. Well, would I be happy with $8,000 of profit a week on these XFAs? You know, that's whatever that is, $32,000 a month. Yeah, you know, that's better than getting poked in the eye with a sharp stick. So that wouldn't be bad. So, I mean, it's an aggressive stance because you can see by risking $400, you know, against a $4,500 draw. But really, I mean, it's enough. You'd have to be a combination of really bad luck or bad decision making to take, you know, 7 straight losses and lose $2,800 and blow this out. And I'm not saying that that couldn't happen. I suppose it could, but I don't anticipate that happening. So that's kind of how I've structured that math. Does that make sense to you, Luke? Because you're relatively new here. So if it makes sense to you, then I think I did a good job of explaining it. All right. And we've got the, you know, I should put the Bookmap logo underneath the Topstep, One Step, One Rule logo above. But I'll do that later because I got the Bookmap open over here, which that's one thing we're starting to explore now, guys, is when our key levels match up with, you know, when I see liquidity at the key VolPro Edge levels, it looks pretty magical. So I'm excited about that. Okay, cool, Luke. Happy to hear that, man. So yeah. And you know, Luke, you could live off like 32K a month in college, right? That wouldn't be too bad. So, you know, this is what you can shoot for. Just get the system going. All right, we're getting alerts now. I'm probably already falling behind, but it's fine. Today and tomorrow, I'm just kind of going to try and get back in the swing of things with live streaming. Hopefully start to get my energy back. So we got here Australian dollar alert at 809, which was, you know, quite a while ago, but let's see if we had anything that we liked. We'll click on the odd. There we go. I don't know why the scaling is doing this on the monthly. It's fine. Okay, so here's the Australian dollar. So we're just going to rotate around here, and that was that signal right there, or, you know, that bar. Do I see anything I like there? And what am I looking for? I'm just looking for everything I teach you guys in the course. I'm looking for pockets, flashes, you know, I'm looking for good patterns that are matching up with types of trading on all the time periods. That's it. Like, I'm not going to make it complicated. So the Australian dollar, I don't see anything there I would have taken anyways. Let's look at natural gas. Yeah, that's not a bad little short right there, to be honest, on natural gas. That was at 809. So I wouldn't have gotten that anyways because I wasn't ready to start trading. But if I was, I would be short from here. And the reason for that is you guys can see that is flaring up into the daily pocket. You see the daily pocket right here, right? So far, the daily is trending down. So when you get a push up into that pocket when you're trending down, that's a nice opportunity to short that bounce. This pattern right here confirmed it because you pushed all the way up here and then sold back off and held the VolPro reaction, the extension DML there, and you got an old extension DML there. That's important. But the kicker is you've got the true average and the core DML that are in front of you. I call them oncoming because they're oncoming. They're right in front of you. But right when this bar closes, these are locked, right? That's what's beautiful about VolPro Edge. Like, we're working with fixed levels, it's not like after the fact. These things are all here before price gets to them. So that was beautiful resistance right there at 3.6. And that's a good short on natural gas for sure. Yesterday, natural gas was not working. And by the way, even though I'm using the book map now, I'm doing an experiment to see the liquidity levels. If I see VolPro Edge is by far and away superior to everything. So you don't need anything else. You can trade with just VolPro Edge. So if I see a good signal, let's say on natural gas, and Bookmap's natural gas feed wasn't working yesterday, I just will ignore Bookmap and I'll just take the trade on VolPro Edge, right? So, where would your stop go on that? I would say if you were short from 3.595, I mean, really on a trade like this, I would say this is the level that has to hold. I mean, if you shoot up here to like 615, it's tough. You don't want to have your stop inside that zone, but I would do that. I would risk $200 and stop it at 615. So we'll come back and maybe it'll set up. Maybe it's a blessing that we're not in, whatever. I missed it. Question is now to set an order and dare it to get back up there. Let me see if the book map is working with the natural gas. Yesterday it wasn't. Let's see if we got any liquidity. And guys, soon the new laptop has 40 gigs of RAM, which is awesome for running bookmap. My trusty old laptop here, my other Lenovo, that I stream with, it doesn't have the space for the bookmap, so I gotta switch that around so I can show you guys what I'm seeing on the bookmap. But right now it's on my other computer over here. See if I can show you guys actually. Take you for a little tour. Look at this. All right, we're doing like a day in the life. Nice, it's like cribs. So you guys can see the book map there, right there on that laptop. Beautiful view of Costa Rica. Beautiful view of the bedroom. Nice. All right, so that's what we got shaking with that. Anyways, let's go ahead and put that back. Is that back? Are we back? Are we centered? I think we're centered. All right, so let's check natural gas here for a sec. I'm just stepping over to my other laptop to load natural gas guys here. Yeah, they still don't have it. So Bookmap's having, I got on with their support yesterday. I was like, hey guys, I'm not loading natural gas. And they're like, oh yeah, we're having problems with natural gas right now. I was like, okay, well, let me know when it's fixed. All right, so that's natural gas. I'm gonna get to comments in a second. I just wanna make sure. So I don't know. I would kind of prefer to be able to see the liquidity just because it's kind of fun. And natural gas is the only market where I can't see the liquidity right now. So let's just probably not take natural gas trades until we can see liquidity. Plus, to be honest, this probably isn't like what I'm going to try to do too is we really want to pick high quality setups, right? So we are in this pocket on the daily. I like that. Like I said, that's true. But if I really spend more time looking at this and say, okay, we're right at all this monthly stuff, right? These DMLs, I can't we close below those. Are those resistance now? It kind of looks like it. The weekly is pushing down, but coming out of some support there. The daily does have a little flash here on close. So, could be hit and miss here. And I would prefer to take trades that aren't hit and miss. I want to take trades where everything just looks good, where I can't find really any fault. I'm not going to be over picky, but you know, we want to find trades that look really, really good. So yesterday on the Russell, for example, I went over this in the end of day analysis, but this was just beautiful. Like that's a perfect exhaust right to our extension up there. The book map at that time, there was a little liquidity up there, but it wasn't like, you know, just this was good enough. Everything, you were so overextended, too far, too fast. That was just beautiful. So these are the trades I'm looking for. All right, so soybeans and soybean oil we're going to ignore for now because they don't reopen until 9:30. Canadian dollar. All right, so I'm going to look at that and be like, okay, I'm not going to explain why I'm not going to take stuff. I don't have time to do that. We're not taking that. So I get gold. I'm just going through alerts that have triggered recently that we missed to see if I'm missing anything. So talked about this last night, guys, after I did the analysis, because we kind of weren't sure, like, hey, which way were things going to go? And then you could see the way that gold opened, that gold was going up, right? And silver looked like it had some good support, which told me that the indices were going to fish lower into their support, right? So hopefully you guys got that. I think I tagged everybody in the chat for that. What's up, Todd? How you doing, man? Hell yeah, Luke. Aaron, what's up, dude? How you doing, man? Good to see you, bro. Oh, dude, I'm going with you, man. I'm trading max funding, all 5 XFAs, but one at a time. I'm gonna try and be smart like you. I still got the COVID, but I got the strong meds, so some coffee and strong meds. I'm gonna give it my college try, you know. But your streams are awesome, bro. You're crushing it, and yeah, I love the content, dude. I can't wait to get my energy back so I can, you know, maybe stay up late one night and come on and chat a bit. That'd be cool. Oh, are you in Bali again? Okay, nice, man. Are you doing a retreat? I got to get to one of those retreats. Hey, what's up, David? I'm probably feeling, morning, Cam. I don't know. I probably feeling like maybe 70% or something. So like I'm not in dire straits, but earlier this week, man, I couldn't get out of bed. That was pretty intense. Oh, cool. Retreat next week. Wow, that's awesome, bro. Oh, sweet. Stoked for you, man. I'll get out there one of these days. I just got to get these kids growing up a little bit first so they stop bringing home flus and getting me sick. Hey, Gluey, what's up, dude? Gluey had surgery, and Gluey's on the Gold Coast, I think. And I think the surgery went well, right? Nice. Well, you look good in the hospital bed, Gluey. You look like you're ready to go. But yeah, Aaron, that's gonna be an awesome retreat, dude. So enjoy that. Put lots of pics on Instagram and YouTube and share all the good times. All right, so oh, nice. Yeah, it's good to be back home, Gluey. So gold, you know, pushing higher here. Wasn't surprising to see after that open. Guys, you guys in London and Asia lately have just had like really nice price action. And it's making me quite jealous, to be honest. So that's a nice, like if you look here on gold, I mean, it was so clear at the open as we started to push through these DMLs on gold that, you know, we were breaking the weekly DML resistance here. We're breaking all this, and yeah, we were going to push. So if we're going to push, speaking of fractals, this is what's awesome about, you know, what I'm doing now is that the intraday volume chart is like a 4-hour fractal of the daily because it goes in more evenly instead of, you know, an hourly is like 24 fractals into the daily, right? So I set up my volume charts to kind of be as similar as possible to like how a daily chart goes into a weekly chart 5 times or a weekly into a monthly 4 times. So now these volume intraday charts are, you know, keeping the fractal constant, and the amount of noise that it filters is unbelievable. And the quality of the setups that it gives is off the charts. So basically you can see that resistance breaking, and right there, I'm guessing that was probably in London. Yeah, 5:12 a.m. Eastern. Yeah. So, I mean, that's just, there's your, you're trending up according to VolPro Edge. There's your pullback. You try to enter congestion down, right? You retest these daily DMLs, which are here coming across, right? You push back up. So you have a failed congestion entrance down attempt. That tells you the buying is good. The trend run up is intact. And then boom, right there, bang. And then, that's your buy right there. Where do you stop that? Right below. Because you got the DML right there. You got the VolPro reaction support. Like, that's it. You could buy that at, whatever, 81, stop it at like 79 or something. Pretty good risk to reward there. So anyways, that's that. I'm going to focus more on the current, but let's see here. Let's look at platinum. I'll give you an update, David, as well on the latency in a second. I'm just catching up here on stuff. So platinum, we talked about this last night in the end of day analysis, that you have monthly extension, weekly extension, daily extension, and now these DMLs here pressing down. So I expected to see some resistance up there. So on this alert here, you have a little pocket, but I don't know. What I want to get involved right there. Yeah, not really. It's kind of in the middle of the range. Let's look at copper. So copper closed here. Did I miss a signal there? I don't feel like I did. Let's look at crude. Excuse me, guys. All right, so crude. By the way, Aaron, I don't know if you're still here, but have you ever used Bookmap? Because I'm just doing a little experiment where I only started it like the last few days when I've been sick in bed, but I was like, I want to see what the liquidity levels look like at key VolPro Edge levels. And what I've seen the last couple of days is pretty incredible. The way it's like super confirmed VolPro Edge levels, or it's given me reason to pause. So it's an ongoing experiment, but it's looking pretty cool. So crude oil here, I mean, that's kind of coming out of that right there. Could be lots of longs. Maybe a little stuck. I don't think I mean, this may push higher, but there's nothing I'm writing home about. Let's look at ultra bonds. Ultra bonds probably gunning for that extension up here. Let's look at heating oil. We're just catching up now. I'm just making sure, like, so far I don't, aside from that nat gas potential short, which looked pretty decent, the rest here I don't really see any signals that, I would have taken. Here's heating oil. It's kind of the same thing. Like, that's not a bad pullback there, but you got to be careful on that congestion entrance bar. You've got a lot of support here. I mean, look at that crossover on the daily. So this could rifle to the upside, but I would say breaking the extension there, like, again, we want trades that just jump out at us. We don't need to be in a rush. So we broke all that. So, I just don't need to be in a rush there. There's too many red flags, right? Congestion entrance bar, could be some trap longs. We're breaking key VolPro Edge DMLs. Why do I want to mess with that, right? Let's look at the euro, because you can see these are the signals I'm catching up on right here. You can see the time of them right there, 8:46. So we're 9:03 now, so we're getting caught up. So here's the euro pushing against the daily extension. Dollar's really taking a hit. Let's see. I don't mind that daily extension, but this looks a little too strong going into it. So, but you can see here on the weekly, if we push a little higher, this is kind of what we had in platinum yesterday. You had monthly, weekly, daily extensions, but look at all these weeklies up here. When when they cluster up like that, that's very important. So that's coming in at about 1650, which is, you know, up in here. So we'll keep an eye on that. Let's look at Bitcoin because we're going to start actively trading Bitcoin. Because on Topstep we can trade the micro Bitcoin, which is good enough. I mean, that's one full Bitcoin, you know. So, all right. The fact that we're breaking through this right now, I don't really want to mess with this on the daily because I was kind of thinking there should be support down in here. And right now it's not respecting it. So just have to wait and see. All right, we're at least all caught up. So now natural gas was the only semi, you know, signal there. Other than that, kind of a slow day so far. Not surprising after yesterday. It was a little bit crazy. Let's see. Thanks, Gluey. Appreciate it, man. So Aaron, yeah, I used to use it, but I found it hard. Yeah, exactly. It's what I like when I look at Bookmap, I find that if you don't already have your own edge, it's probably not going to help you because there's just shit all over the place. You know, like there's liquidity everywhere, so it's hard, right? But if you've got an edge, like VolPro Edge or whatever else you have that really gives you an edge, and then you start to match up more confluences, like you said, Aaron, and then in this case, liquidity key levels, like it's so far it looks pretty incredible. So I'm excited about that. Yesterday it gave some really, really phenomenal reads, and today we'll see what it does as well. So yeah, it's cool because I'm all about, like, as this moves forward now, I just want like fewer and fewer trades with just higher and higher probabilities, and then more and more size. I just think that that's way better. All right, so, and I can't wait to just be my normal self, full of energy. Hopefully, like, I think Monday for sure. We'll get there. All right, so we're just waiting for the next alert here on the scoreboard. Right up in here. So just quickly take a look at the indices. There you go. Look at that, you guys. Man. I mean, pretty incredible, huh? These are here before the day starts. Look at that. Oh, man, it's incredible. I love it. So, you know, if this sucks up like this, could be a little buy. We'll see. What's the Nasdaq doing? We still got some. Well, this ES is going to close here. I don't know, 35,000 contracts. So we got some time. Nasdaq, same thing. Just punch down there. Pretty sweet. Dow kind of similar. Yeah. So it's kind of what we talked about. If it pushes down into support, like the deeper it pushes, probably the better the support. So that's good to see. Yeah, silver, that was pretty interesting, huh? I mean, whew, this is, I mean, these are the kind of things in London lately. What time was that? Yeah, 3:38 Eastern. I mean, it just, look at this silver. Like it just goes right to that extension core. And that's that core on the daily. You're just flushing stops down there because this is so bullish. So that's an exhaust right there. You just want to buy that. I mean, but again, London. You London guys, you got to start sending us some money. The New York guys lately are missing a lot of your good price action. It always shifts back and forth. It goes and it ebbs and flows. But I do think in time, probably the better trading is going to shift toward Asia and London. Like Europe is without a doubt the best time zone for trading. So, but the water's too cold and the surf's too bad. So Costa Rica's better for that. Yeah, man, Bali, fucking sick. Is it the same villa you had before, Aaron? Do you get kind of the same one or do you try different ones? So that last one you had was sick. All right, so let's see. I'm going to bring up ES here. Let's go ahead and look at ES on the book map. So like the way I would do this right now is that with that sucking up like that, I mean, it's good we're coming out of the daily there for sure. Remember, these old dailies matter. So this, right, look at all these DMLs coming across here. That's reinforcing that whole level. So the thing is, right here, I would look at this and say, okay, well, we got a nice core DML right at the true average there at 60.05. So, you know, if this was going to stabilize, it would have to catch and push like that, right? So, and I'm not like, the fact that we still broke all this, you know, it would have been better. But you see, this is a really important thing because I'm looking at this going, okay, this looks a little strange. Why do the DMLs look a little strange? Well, here's why. Because on this volume-based chart for ES, look, that little bar there, right? It didn't have a lot of volume because it was the last bar of the day. So it didn't even, so you almost kind of have to like knock that out of your head because it kind of doesn't count. So that's why this looks a little screwy. Okay, so no, there's a lot of support here. I mean, I'd be willing to buy ES down here. Definitely like 60.05, depending where this closes. So let's check bookmap, see if we've got any standing liquidity at 60.05, because that's what I've been noticing. Yeah, I mean, so this is what, and I've got the bookmap filtered, guys, so like in a way where it's only it was kind of tough. This is what I spend a lot of time on the settings, but I've taken away all the spoofing and flashing and like, you know, otherwise bookmap can just look so overwhelming. So mine looks a lot cleaner, so I can see the like where the liquidity is standing. So right now on ES, I mean, as of a couple of minutes ago, a ton of liquidity. I mean, if you have an ES DOM, guys, if you have level 2 on your ES DOM, go look at the orders right now sitting at 6005 and a quarter and basically like 6006. But look at 6005 and a quarter. This is what's so, guys, wait till you see this. So look at our true. So first of all, we've got like, you know, a lot of support down here with VolPro Edge on the daily. We expect daily congestion support level to be strong. You know, we're coming out of beautiful test of the extension DML down here, congestion DML. Now this on our volume-based chart, you know, we flushed into that daily level right there, and now we're sucking up out of it, right? And I think we're going to see continuation back up here. So I look at my levels and go, where would I be interested in buying? Well, right at my true average and my core DML stacked right there at 60.05. And I said, okay, well, what do other big players have to say about that level? Well, go look at your DOM right now on ES at 6005 and a quarter. I mean, it's remarkable. So if that liquidity stays there while we retest, yeah, I mean, I'm going to have to buy it. Right? So that's pretty cool. All right, so we just got an alert in the meantime for heating oil. Yeah, I mean, I don't want to mess with that coming out of that. Let's go back to ES. So it's pretty sweet. Was it cold in Australia when you left, Aaron? I guess so, right? It's winter there. So yeah, I got to get the book map going on the main streaming computer so I can show you guys visually what we're seeing. So now that liquidity just shifted, dropped a little bit. So that's still 605 and a quarter, but now there's also quite a lot at just below 6004. But you can see like that level. Oh yeah, now it's right at 605 again. So they're shifting orders around in there, big orders. And this is what I like about the book map. It's not just the DOM where you'll see like orders at a level. You can see the, like what I call the footprint in the sand of the order. You can see when they're putting them and pulling them and how long they're leaving them. And serious players are leaving those large orders, right? So now those orders, they just moved them. So now those orders are gone. You see, isn't that interesting? I find that fascinating. So just keep an eye on that. Very cool now. No more shorts and t-shirts. Oh yeah. No, that sucks. Shorts and t-shirts are what it's all about. I just don't want to wear like jeans or anything ever. Yeah, so basically all that liquidity has been pulled for now. Let's just see what happens. We got the market opening here in about 15 minutes. Let's go check the economic calendar. We do have a 30-year bond auction at 1 p.m. Eastern, so that can definitely move the market. Make a note of that for yourself so you don't forget. All right. Kind of slow so far, waiting for the market to open. Just going to refill my coffee real quick, guys. I'll be right back. All right, guys. Anyone here got the live? Yeah, getting very cool now. Yeah, I mean, I got a lot of stories about live with other firms, but I'm not going to get into that here. We'll see. I'd like to try to grow these XFAs and maybe go to live. That'd be fun. I'm going to trade these a little more carefully. What was I going to say? I was thinking about something when I was getting coffee. Oh, Cam, how's your reversal trading going? That was a good reversal. And you guys who are young, sons, wife, and kids, capitalize on the opportunity to put your full focus on this without, having to support other people, and not just with money, but with time and energy. Families are a blessing, but when you're young and you don't have families, you can really channel all your energy into, getting good at this, so that by the time you have the family and all those commitments, you're good enough that you can still trade successfully, even though you've got a lot of distractions, right? Otherwise, it's much harder. It's much easier to get profitable when you can focus on it 100%. So those of you guys who are young, soak it up. Good one on gold yesterday for 2K. Nice, bro. Coming in, crushing it. I love it, dude. Good job. Morning, Adam. How you doing, man? Good to see you. Any trades today? And yeah, Todd, I don't know, like, I've heard going live is hit and miss. I mean, I've heard like recently Topstep has like taken a lot of people live with only like a $10,000 balance or something. I mean, at one point, I don't know, maybe 8 months ago or something, I can't remember. I probably had $50,000, $55,000 across, 5 XFAs. They didn't take me live. So I think it's just kind of hit and miss. And then there have been other firms where, yeah, like I can't go into the details of those firms, but like you build up large balances, and then they try to take you live with a fraction of what you built up, and it's just, that's unfortunate. All right, let's look at 30-year treasuries here. Now you're tagging the daily extension there, which is nice. Right there. I'm not really going to trade the 30-year just because I actually I'll only trade the ultra bond. I'm charting the 30-year here just because you can give confirmation or denial on a pattern for the ultra bond. But the ultra bond is, a much better one to trade. And the ultra bond's not at its extension yet. So, just let these markets come to us. So, see what the liquidity is doing over here. I've noticed that NQ on Bookmap is it's a little bit more wacky. Like certain markets for Bookmap, like gold, well, pretty much all of them, except for NQ. NQ is just so crazy and so algo driven. You just don't really see big orders sitting. So that's fine. All right, so right now on ES, what's cool too, you can see kind of like the longest standing liquidity from about 9 a.m. when pre-market started is sitting at, 610. You got some buyers there, and you got some more. You got some orders starting to stack in 608, 610. I'm waiting for my close right here. So I want to see if we get a pattern. I would say that's quite a nice little pocket, and yeah, a lot of support here. So I'd be interested in this area for sure. 605 is what I like right there. It's kind of like what I talked about yesterday. This right there, when that closed, that DML at the VolPro reaction support was just beautiful. And you had such nice liquidity right there. Zest, good morning, my friend. How are you? I've been sick. I've had the COVID. I still have it. I was in bed from Sunday to yesterday, and I still don't feel great, but I kind of felt good enough to at least give it a little shot today. Let's see. Thanks, Adam. Appreciate it, man. Yeah, I'm pretty tired, but we'll do what we can. I slept, I think I slept like 9 to 5 or something. So normally not bad, 8 hours. But when I woke up, I was really tired. You know how it is when you're sick. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, yeah, my daughter got it. My 5-year-old got it as well, Todd. So she's been sick home from school the whole week. So it's been kind of cozy. We've been bonding. We've just been laying in bed. She's been on one side of the bed, like watching movies all week, and I've been on the other side of the bed, just laying there, kind of like just half in and out of consciousness. And we've just been having like daddy-daughter conversations about life. So from that perspective, it's been cozy. But I'm ready for it to be over. All right, so here comes the open. I can feel when I'm sick, my processing power, I'm way slower. It's like everything's kind of slow motion, So that's why we'll see. Like today, I want to get some good trades for sure, and I'll definitely take some risk. But I also have to be aware of the fact that like I'm not functioning anywhere near 100%. So that's really important. But I felt good enough to at least come in and see how I can do. All right, so we're gonna open here in whatever, like 20 seconds or something. My camera's covering my clock. But for me, it doesn't really matter. I'm waiting for this. I'm waiting for alerts. So but yeah, I could be interested if we get like a close down into 60.05 on this bar here. So there's a Russell alert. It's a nice little buy potential there on the Russell, I think. Well, I think the market's moving a little too fast right now to try and gauge liquidity on the Russell because it's the open, and this is going to close here. Some pretty big pocket there. I mean, I think if we push down here like 21.28, that could be interesting for the Russell. Let me see the liquidity down there. And this is going to be my next challenge with this. Is, you know, managing. I've got access to the information now, and now the ability to like manage it quickly and not miss setups. So while let's see. So what did I say? 21.28-ish. Yeah, you've got a lot of liquidity sitting at 21.27.6 on the Russell, and it's been there for a long time. So that's interesting. It's kind of right at our level. Let's see if we get down there, because that'd be a pretty low risk buy right there. Buy it, stop below the lows. If it works, maybe catch a runner. If it doesn't, you take a small loss. All that liquidity is still there so far. So liquidity has not been pulled on the Russell. I'll watch this on the Russell for a sec. So it's 21.27.6 is where you've got all that resting liquidity. And where's our level? You know, basically 21.28.4, but 27.6 is right there at the daily extension. So see if we get down there. Meanwhile, let's see if we missed anything else. It's tough at the open, right? Because everything's moving like at the same time, super fast. There's the Dow. I mean, you're right at the extension there on the Dow. Probably a lot of support right there right now, for sure. Core DML. I like the Dow as well. It's probably a good buy right there in the Dow, you guys. I'm gonna watch it. 42,671.
Order filled.
All right, I just bought one on the Dow. If it fails, I mean, then I guess we're just falling out of bed today if that's the case. I'm just kind of betting on this daily extension here to be strong. I didn't have time to look at Bookmap. I mean, Nasdaq is way up off the lows. ES is up off the lows. And this is probably going to be another one of these situations, right, where the Dow just it's like the Dow just does this. Right? Like it'll just every time I go in on the Dow, like it just never, for me, and this is just my experience with the Dow, it never ever gives you like an easy trade. So I'm long the Dow. Got a horrible fill at 80. I mean, this really needs to start pushing up, or I'll just take a small loss. Like I'd really want to see this buying come in here. The big down candle at the open. You got the daily extension right here. You got all this right here needs to hold. Oh, that's not looking good. This is what the Dow does.
Order filled.
I'm just gonna cut that, guys. With what did I lose there? 175 bucks. It'll probably go up, guys. This is the fucking Dow, but I just, you know, my level here. I mean, the daily stuff is here, but why? I'm just looking at this, trying to be objective, going, hey, my core DML and my true average, this is what I was betting on. And price was just not reacting off of that. It probably will now because this is just what the Dow does. But let's see, here's ES. NQ's kind of, I mean, NQ's up. I don't know, it just looked like, why is the Dow? Anyways, that's neither here nor there. Let's go on to the next one. Look at and the liquidity thing on the Dow is on the book map is not as good. So on the Russell, you still have all that liquidity there. All right, now probably the Dow is going to reverse, and I should have held, but I just, you know, it is what it is. See, it's tough on this with the Dow. It's like, okay, well, where do I stop this? Oh, there goes the Dow. Are we going to go now? There we go. Oh, the Dow. See, I'm kind of used to the Nasdaq. Like when I pick the Nasdaq right, it just goes. The Dow is just a bit more tricky. Now it's starting to push. Question is to re-enter. I don't like re-entering. Let's go check everything else. Oh yeah, ES pushing. I mean, that's a good buy there on the Dow, I think.
Order filled.
All right, I re-entered. Let's see if the Dow is going to punish me. I'm stopping it below the low. So now that's in. I'm just going to let that play out. And if that loses, then that'll be my last little foray with the Dow on this thing. But we're in. We'll see what happens. I want to make sure that there's no other signals here. So I'm just going to try to let the Dow just go and see if we can't catch a runner. You know, if we squeeze back up through the highs, that would be nice. So soybean meal, I don't really need to look at right now. ES, we had a signal, or yeah. So ES, they're all kind of similar. Like ES gave a buy into here. They should be correlated. I mean, look at where ES and NQ are pushing back up toward the middle of the daily envelope. And look at the divergence here on the Dow. I mean, so if the Dow could get a, for once, just give a nice fast squeeze while we're in, back up to like 42,840, that would be nice. See, Russell and Dow are kind of lagging a little now. So let's see, it goes, ES is trying. NQ. I feel like this is what's so funny. Like this always happens to me on the Dow. I don't know if it's like, I probably manifest it, but whenever I'm in on the Dow, it will just torment you until you can't take the torment anymore. And you'll be like, ah, this is just not going anywhere. Like, you guys remember that day I sat in that Dow trade for like, I don't know how long I was in that trade, maybe an hour or two. And the moment I took it off, the Dow just squeezed for like 600 points, like straight up. Like, like it would be nice if it could do that when you're actually in, but this is what trading does, right? Especially the Dow. So I mean, ES is trying. So if ES can start pushing back up here towards 60.25, that should allow the Dow to push through these recent highs and get going. Yeah, we can talk about the late. We're still working on it, David. We can talk about it after streaming. I got to get better about not doing too much admin stuff during the stream because I got to stay focused. But it's my fault. I always bring stuff up. I'm like, no, I got to do that like after the stream. So let's see what happens with the Dow. I mean, it's trying. I'm long from 86. Obviously a mistake closing out that first one for a $175 loss, but at that point it just looked weak. Anyways, I'm glad I re-entered. Kind of rusty right now. I haven't traded for 4 days. I'm tired, I'm sick, but we're going to try our best. Be nice if these bad boys could squeeze. The Dow's trying. See, and now the question with the Dow is, where's my target on the Dow? I mean, I would say back up toward the middle of the daily envelope up here. If we could squeeze maybe 42,839, which, is right up in here. But yeah. I mean, it looks like the wars are building all over the world, right? So that should be good for the Dow. We're going to need the industry to feed the war machine. I'm not happy about the wars, but the machine's got to be built. Going to need more airplanes from Boeing. So yeah, the speed of things, like using the book map to shift around and look at things. That's something got to work on the speed. I'll get there. So, I mean, the Russell, yeah, so this is just what the Dow does, So let's just see if we can't get it going. Let's go ahead and look at the Dow on the book map. I'm gonna have to research. I get 15 McAfee things on my computer every single day. Hey, McAfee. I'm like, fuck off, McAfee. Jesus. See, the Dow's tough because it's such a small market. Let's see what Bookmap has to say about it. So now we're back at our entry. Oh yeah, I hate these antivirus things. So see, this is what the Dow does. Like ES still holding, NQ pushing, and now the Dow just stubbornly, you know, just what the Dow does. So I guess note to self, if I have a choice between ES and Dow, like in the future, I don't know why I picked the Dow. I should just pick ES. It's just so much better. Like I think ES is just an easier market to trade and hold, whereas the Dow will just make you, you know, sweat it out until you just can't take it anymore. So you see ES trying to push here. So if the ES can push, hopefully the Dow will just start to squeeze. Let's look at the yen. The yen is pushing. The soybeans and all that, not really interested in. So I'm still in the Dow, guys. Oh, sorry, I'll catch up. Thanks, Christian. Appreciate it, man. Yeah, feeling a little better. Still not great. But thanks for the well wishes. Means a lot from everybody. Yeah, Adam, I hate the antivirus stuff. It's like when I click no 75,000 times, it's like it's my computer. Stop bombarding me. Trade all at once. Okay, that's interesting. So what do you mean, Zest? You mean that if like right now, I had good buy signals across all of them. So you mean go long all indices at the same time? Is that what you mean? That's interesting. I've never really thought about doing that, but makes sense. So as the Dow's making you pull your hair out, you know, NQ and ES are cooperating. Interesting. Okay. I'll try that at some point. Yeah, exactly. I got you. Yeah, like ES looking pretty, and now Dow, yeah, just, ugh, gosh. I'm going to stop thinking about the Dow. Yeah, I think that's an interesting point. Yeah, because right now, like I guarantee you, the Dow is gonna dump back down here. You know, my stop is below these lows. Um, I gotta be. I mean, I might just like like the Dow and the Russell. I mean, yesterday the Russell. See these the ones I like. I mean that was that short right there. I mean, that's just so nice because it starts to go and just doesn't look back. You know. Whereas when you get hung up in this Dow stuff, the Dow just loves to torment. ES and NQ tend to, you know, kind of go and just they go. Yeah. Oh, okay, cool. So you're coming at it from a lot of experience. But yeah, no, I see what you're saying. It makes sense for sure. I've never thought about that. Like you put them all on. Um, yeah, no, I appreciate you contributing. All right, now the Dow's trying to catch up. Maybe it just the theme of the Dow is just how many people can I fucking piss off before I just finally, you know, break free. That's what the Dow does. NQ kind of lagging so far a little bit. That's kind of interesting. Yes. Trying to push. I mean, Dow's trying. Hopefully we can get back toward the highs.
Order filled.
I'm just going to close my Dow here. I think it's going higher, guys, but the reason I'm closing it is because I fucked it up at first, you know, by getting in here. Watch, now the Dow, look, it's like it knows. I just closed it. I don't even care. But because I had that fuck up down here by going in and then getting shaken out, like that put me in the hole. So, anyways, got out of the Dow debacle, traded that very, very poorly, and that's okay. I got to recenter and keep going. Not feeling fantastic. Gonna keep it going. Anyways, we're up $81, guys. Well, technically $100 because we were down about 15 bucks. So that XFA is up $81. Great. All right. Let's see what we're missing here. Let's just scroll through. All right. So I think ES, I mean, I think that was probably the one. You had all the support right here. And it just was easier to kind of manage. So anyways, I'm glad I escaped with my life with the Dow. Let's look at the Nasdaq. Nasdaq's, I don't know, this just looks weird, like big. I don't know. Anyways, let's see what happens. I got to regroup. There's the Dow. Time will tell. Russell. See what I got to try and figure. I'm learning now to see it's a learning curve for me as well, going from only the Nasdaq to try to trade more markets and I do know this is the right approach, but it's lots of information to handle. And like, when you're in a trade, you don't want to miss other signals. So these are the things I got to sort of work on. Trying to jump back and forth and manage all this and streaming and answering questions, but I'm working at it. So gold here, pushing. I'm just going to kind of like scroll through everything. Silver's chop. Copper's chop. Platinum's chop. Ultra bonds. Could be setting up a nice short at the end of the day with that flash, that's for sure. Euro, pound, CAD, odd, yen. So it's kind of like by using all the markets, it's like looking for those couple of trades a day that are just phenomenal. And yesterday, like that Russell 2000 exhaust short, that was just so beautiful. And then there was one other, I can't remember. So maybe 4 trades a day. Maybe that's a little too ambitious. Maybe you just look for those couple of really good opportunities. I don't think the Dow down here is I think it's going to rip for sure. It's just yeah, that's all right. This crude. Gasoline. So there's nat gas. Yeah, that's kind of why I didn't set the order there earlier, because of those things I mentioned here. Corn's kind of choppy. All right, so I think we're not really feeder cattle. We can't even trade on Topstep, but the rest of them we can. All right, so I don't really feel like we're missing anything. We can definitely, for me, I can chalk up the Dow to a fuck up, which is fine. Soybean oil. Cattle, super choppy. Hogs, pretty choppy. So, yeah, so ES now. Just kind of, I'd still be very interested in ES, to be honest. One thing I'm still adapting to these, bars, right? So I'm going to 60.07 on ES is interesting to me because we've got our core DML there. The pattern is still super valid. If we were to come back down here, because this is a 240,000 contract volume chart, right? So this thing definitely moves in slow motion. So look, a good read on the Dow, I would say, in terms of getting in down here, and then just, I suppose I should have probably just trusted my daily levels a bit more. A little rusty here. Nothing to take the rust off like the Dow, right? Come fresh back from COVID. The Dow's like, did you get your anal swab for COVID? I'm like, no, I don't do anal swabs. The Dow's like, let me anal swab you. I'm like, no thanks, Dow. That's what the Dow likes to do. Just shove it straight up here. You know what? The Dow, to me, the Dow is kind of like the DAX. You guys ever trade the DAX? Like when it's good, it's good. And when it's not, it's just, I don't know how to describe it, but the Dow and the DAX. So I'm just keeping an eye here on ES. We got ES on the book. So far, just kind of a little bit of a chopster day. Yeah, the DAX, I find the DAX like, I bet you the European energy, yeah. I mean, if US energies, I can't imagine European energies. That's probably tough. I mean, Pretty choppy so far on the Nasdaq, huh? Here's the Nasdaq, just big. I mean, this should, you would think, sucking up out of all this, man. I mean, this really should push. I think the Dow is going back up here, guys. I really do. Like, I would even probably rebuy it. I wouldn't say probably. I mean, I will rebuy it. Like, my original entry was down in here. So if we get back down here to like 76 and I'm not paying attention, somebody remind me, because I could definitely rebuy that. So, this is a 12,000 volume chart. It takes time, but I think we're going up here on the Dow. So if you're smart and still long the Dow, unlike me, you're probably in good shape. CS and Q. Oh, well, it's good. I didn't come into today or tomorrow with high expectations, knowing that I'm not functioning very highly. So how are you guys doing? Good? You're doing better than me, I think, huh? Yeah, now the McAfee ads that they're giving me, they are they don't even give you the opportunity to X out of them. It's just like, hey, McAfee, like, can't even X out. It's like, do you want it or do you want it? Like, there's no, you don't want it. All right, we got an alert in hogs. No, so look at silver. Pretty wacky here on silver. Not really anything I want to do there. There goes the Dow back toward the highs. I probably just didn't have enough patience, which is fine. See, this is what's strange. Look at Nasdaq dumping. I will say overall, the market's like day trading wise, like the price action lately has, it's not been as clean. So that makes it harder for sure. Oh, give me 1 sec. Sorry, guys, I had to do a very big sneeze there. So yeah, I mean, the Nasdaq also has, I mean, you got a lot of support down here at 840 into all this, maybe 830. Dow's leading the charge. Yes, not looking bad. The day is yet young. So, I mean, ultra bonds trending up. Little pullback here. You got a nice pocket. I don't know. I don't really feel compelled to buy that. I kind of like trading ultra bonds reversals. I don't really like going with, like, I don't know. I don't really want to trade that. Let's look at soybean oil. Wow, look at that pushing soybean oil. I mean, big. So I would love ES guys to come back down, you know. Let's see if the ES can get a little bit of a little bit of Dow in it where it just wants to come back. All these people who went long down here and have now put their stops at break even. Let's just see if ES can go down and shake them out, and then we can get in. That'd be nice. I have to keep muting you guys because I'm coughing up a lung, which is fun. It's more fun than it looks. So Zest telling a friend last night, I feel like I'm trading great but not making a ton, and it's because I keep getting tweeted out of winners I'm sitting on and shit like that. Yeah, exactly. Like we've been talking about that in the chat, in the Discord. They're not easy markets to trade because of all these fucking tweets and this and that, and like, you know, yeah, it's harder to capitalize right now, is what I would say. Like the price action is not clean. Granted, I mean, I only have myself to blame for the Dow, so that's fine. But just generally speaking, I kind of should have picked. I know what you said. Go in on all of them. I'm gonna think about that. Because yeah, then you've got a nice basket, right? Like, but yeah, there goes the Dow. That's nice. Probably the Dow is going back up here. Meanwhile, the Russell, I mean, I could get long the Russell if it tries to test down to that. Let's see. Yeah, you got a lot of liquidity on the Russell at 2129.6. I would take that, especially with what the Dow and everything else are doing, for sure. So the Russell seems to be the laggard right now. All right. I'm going to bring up the Russell on my DOM. Wow, look at the Russell 5-minute chart. That's pretty choppy. Sorry if I didn't mute you guys there. Try to mute you when I cough. So the biggest liquidity right now standing on the Russell 2129.6, and then there's more at 2127, and that liquidity has all been sitting there now for a long time. So see, maybe we'll get back down there. Don't know. It'd be nice. I got the regular book map right now, Jacob. What's up? I'm just testing it for a month. I'm kind of getting used to, like, I got to jump back and forth with different. Now, do I say mouses or do I say my mice? I don't know. But I got to shuffle back and forth between my two different mouses. And then I got the book map over here. But things move fast, you know, so. With ES pushing, NQ pushing, Dow trying to push. I mean, I feel like This would be a pretty nice little gift if the Russell comes back down here, especially to these liquidity levels. Now you had some liquidity move up, 21.31. Yeah, I mean, I'm liking that liquidity at 21.29.6. I think with what the other indices are doing, I'd have to take a shot at buying the Russell there and then stopping it below the lows. And then if the Russell just falls out of bed, I just got to look at it and go, well, you know, what are you going to do, right? Because look, the Dow's pushing, Nasdaq's trying, ES looking good. So if the Russell probably would just be to take out some stops and then squeeze, because the Russell could go back up here. So I'd probably buy the Russell, guys, if we go to, because my level down here, it's all that liquidity is right in there, just below the lows. So I'm just watching it. Meanwhile, I'm going to try to not miss any fresh alerts. So there's gold. Not really much I want to do there. Cattle, did we miss anything? No. Here's the Russell. Remember, guys, on Friday in the live stream, I was like, oh, my neck really hurts. And I couldn't understand why. It was because of the COVID that was coming on with the body aches. I was like, why does my neck hurt so bad? Let's see. Adam, I got shaken out in London on my NQ, small loss. Should have kept and just held, but that moved down. Yeah. I mean, we were talking about this basically lately, these markets, and Zest agrees, like, you know, the day trading has been more challenging with all the tweeting and, you know, just all that kind of crap where it's just, it's sometimes you just go through periods like this and it makes it harder. It tests you more, you know? So Jacob, how do you spot spoofing? What is to fake people out? Yeah, I mean, I don't really pay attention to spoofing because I don't, it's just too much information to keep track of. But that would be where, like, you know, people are putting big orders into, like, you know, let's say that, like, a big player, you know, they can put a big order at a level to make you think that that level is going to hold or whatever, and then they'll pull the order, you know, and then put it, like, so they're spoofing. They're like playing games with the order book, which technically is not allowed, but obviously, I mean, nobody's enforcing it. Unless you're that kid from London who made like $100 million, but he took all the money from the brokerages and then they got him for spoofing. Because he spoofed their spoofs. And then he got like fined and put in jail and had all his money taken away. They protect their own. You gotta love the higher ups. Yeah, I don't pay attention to that, Jacob. I would agree with Zest. Like, that's just too much. Even the book map, you know, I'm gonna see if it ends up being more trouble than it's worth. So far, like, when you see good levels, like yesterday I saw really good levels. So I want to see, like, right here on the Russell, that 2129.6 level is nice because that liquidity's been sitting there for a long time. Well, there goes ES. Yeah, now we're, I mean, this is just, if you guys just look at this, I mean, this is not like up, like, remember yesterday it was just like bang and then way back down and now way, and then, I mean, this is like, just look at this. You're like, okay, this, like, these are not easy trading conditions, right? Does anybody right now look at this and say, you know what? I mean, this is pretty much like a walk in the park trading conditions. I mean, we're still getting good reads, but it's also, you know, not as easy to trade. There goes my beloved Dow. I mean, probably the catch-up trade right now is on the Russell. So now, if the probably not going to come down, but I'm not going to chase the Russell here. But if it did come down, I think it'd be a gift. So I would definitely buy it if it did. All right, so there's gold. I mean, silver's been a mess. Copper's a mess. Platinum, a mess. So a good read there on the indices to start the day. Capitalizing on it, a different story. That could have been worse. Could have been much better, but also could have been worse. Hey Supreme, what's up, man? Oh, I'm not healed, brother, but thanks. I'm slowly getting back on track. Buy model on the charts, but others insist sell model. What do you mean by that, Supreme? I'm not following, but I could be. It's just because I'm sick. Here goes I think the Dow's going to be one of these now. Like, I can't remember that day. I don't know. It's where it just rallied like 600 points off these lows. Nice, Jacob. Halfway to passing 4 XFAs. Past one, need to be patient. Yeah. That's great, buddy. I mean, you're doing all your own trading too. Nice job. Just look, if you've been doing well, just keep doing what you're doing, right? And then you'll do fantastic. Oh, market maker models. Okay. I see buy model on the charts. Cool, Supreme. Hey, dude, whatever works, right? That's what you got to do. I got some bookmap open on the other screen here, so I'm just I'm kind of experimenting with how bookmap matches up with my VolPro Edge levels and looks interesting. I got to jump back and forth more quickly. All right, let's see. That's Bitcoin. Okay, so this could be a nice reversal. Like, why is everything else going to rally back to the moon? And then Bitcoin's just going to like hang out here and do nothing? This could be a nice reversal on Bitcoin. Should we buy a Bitcoin? Maybe. Let's see. Might have to buy a Bitcoin. I might buy a Bitcoin, guys. This is kind of like the reclamation trade, right? You're reclaiming potentially the daily extension. You got the core underneath you here. I mean, the hardest part on these is like, where do you put your stop? Like back down here? That's a bit much. It's kind of when you take this trade, it's got to be one of these where like it just basically just holds and goes, and if not, you just got to cut it. What's Ethereum doing? Ethereum's trying to push. I've never taken a Bitcoin futures trade. My levels, those are just the VolPro Edge levels, Supreme. Just, they're all over the place. And then you just got to use the multiple time period analysis and everything to match it all up. So they kind of adjust as we move forward. For today, we had good buy levels on the Dow right here. See the daily? These were here. So I actually bought that, but then it started pushing against me and I panicked out, and then I rebought, and then I closed here. So I should have just held my original buy. That was the play. 200 points on the Dow. That'd be good for $1,000. That'd be nice. Should have done that. Yes. Definitely gave a nice play there. Let's get back to Bitcoin. Ugh. But I do feel like I've been through a war, the COVID war. Like, I'm very, very tired. So, wow. Okay. So Bitcoin takes a long time to get some contracts traded. So that's what that is. Jacob, not been doing terrific. Been going way too heavy on subpar plays. Reset them a few times. Gonna try and stick to the trades we take here and in Discord. Yeah, that's the hardest part. Yeah, I made a little money. Well, the 750K is 550K XFAs. So I'm just rotating, you know, those XFAs. But yeah, I mean, my goal with those, we'll see what happens over the next month of trading, but I'm still kind of settling into this, you know, multi-market format. I like it, but I gotta also be very, I think when I could feel last week before I started getting sick and I'm functioning properly, I can really process and keep up. And then now it's harder because I'm sick, but otherwise I like following all the markets and just waiting for what are really good setups. I mean, today we had the setup. There's no question about it. That's exactly what we wanted. And I just didn't execute properly. So that happens. But the setups work. And then it comes down to how we execute it, right? Sometimes we execute really well. Like I would say I'm in an adjustment phase, right, with a new baby, and just there's a lot in my personal life now that's very like, you know, it's like this because trying to get things in order with the scheduling and the new baby and all this kind of stuff. And the nanny, she was a great nanny, but it's not helpful because my 5-year-old, if I'm working, I thought the nanny would solve the problem, but no, it turns out I'm working. My wife's focusing on the baby. So even when we have the nanny, my 5-year-old's just lashing out all the time because she's not getting the attention from mom and dad. It's like, okay, I guess my wife has got to just take care of the baby and the 5-year-old, which she can do, but that's obviously more difficult for her when she doesn't sleep at night. And so it's these things, you know, these are the, and those are the things like in your personal life where when things are going swimmingly, you feel good, you're happy, you're healthy. It's much easier to make good decisions, right? So keep that in mind as well. That's like the real trading. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely easier, you know, otherwise, but I think it's just I share these things with you guys only because nobody else does. Like everybody else out there is like, "Oh, look at me, my Lamborghini and my huge fake boob, you know, models here." It's like, "Okay, that's nice, but that's not like trading and that's not real life. That's all it's all just TV, you know? It's like a game show." Hmm. But I'm going to make a mental note that, like Zess said, either take them all, or if I have to choose, I'll just go ES or NQ over YM. Nasdaq lagging pretty substantially behind ES and NQ. Oh, sorry, ES and YM. Mm. Yeah, and there's health issues too. You know, like the last since we came to Costa Rica, I don't know if it's being in Central America and there's, you know, new fucking diseases or who knows what the fuck is going on, but I've gotten sick more here since I arrived than I've been in the last, 4 years, 5 years. So I don't know if that's like a new ecosystem, new food germs, but it's definitely been fucking taxing on me. That's for sure. Um, like feeling like dog shit is not fun. All right, we got an alert for soybean oil and soybean meal. Soybean oil, soybean meal. Oh yeah, Wieland. Yeah, I mean, the stats he's putting up, I'm not gonna. I don't know what to make of it, but it's it can't be real, pretty much, because like what he's displaying, there's no way that that's like. Yeah, I don't think it's. I think there's lots of. Look, we got to be aware that we live in an age where, like, not only is scamming like super prevalent, but it's almost like since the number one scammers are those in government, right? Well, people who scam other people, there's lots of scammers that get away with scamming because the whole system is, you know, slowly deteriorating. And then that's when the corruption, the crony capitalism, the scamming, the fraud, all that stuff, increases dramatically, as the system is declining. And, we're kind of in that stage. So it's kind of like a free for all for people who, you just go on in, and then what's amazing is you see the people that buy into that. Like it's mind boggling. Garlic. Yeah, I love garlic. I usually put it on everything. Maybe I'll put a bunch of raw garlic on some food later, Supreme. Good idea. Hmm. Yeah, that's crazy. But yeah, I mean, look, also like if you're making, I don't know what he's making, but he's got to be making 200-300 grand a month off of like partnership deals, YouTube, all right. So if you're making that kind of money with all your other stuff, then yeah, you can easily just be like, fuck it, I'm gonna do that, right? But that's not like normal. Yeah, exactly. Like he's already been caught doing it, right? It's like so once. But look, I'm not gonna take away from the guy like entertainment wise. He's actually like kind of funny and like he's you can tell he's like over the top on purpose. Like that's his thing. And people most people don't want to learn how to trade. They just want to be entertained, and he's good at entertaining people. So it's no different. There's a lot of money in entertainment, right? Look at celebrities. They make a lot of money for acting. How hard is fucking acting? I don't think it's that difficult. I mean, unless you're like an Al Pacino or one of these, but you know, most people. But they're entertaining people, so they get paid. Yeah, I think it's, well, it's membership fees. It's like um, affiliate deals with prop firms. And then, sponsorships of his channel, and, it's just all that stuff. Yeah, exactly. No, and then, yeah, sex sells. So you bring in all the naked stuff. I mean, that's fine. I mean, I'm not knocking the guy. But it's not how people are going to learn how to trade. So that's, people should realize that. So we'll see if anything else sets up for today. But I think that, the Dow trade that called out and just mismanaged a little bit. Other than that, I mean, as sick as I am and I don't feel good, I'm going to just stay focused on the positive. I'm here. That's number one. And number two, our VolPro Edge level worked very nicely, and that was beautiful. And there you go. Right. So that was probably the trade of the day right there. What's the Russell doing? Yeah, the Russell caught up finally. But there might be some more trades, so we can hang out a little bit. I can't wait till the weekend and just rest and feel better, and maybe like I haven't been outside like in 5 days, I took the trash out yesterday. That was like my big foray. The guard was like, Andres, I haven't seen you in the week. I'm like, yeah, I've been in bed. So that'd be nice to just kind of recuperate a little bit. Platinum. Yeah. Well, yeah, I think, I'll check Adam 1 second. Yeah, I mean, I had on silver. Oh yeah, I mean, I talked about this before probably you got here, Adam, but yeah, like at least on this chart here, that's nice for sure. Yeah, I mean, look, this monthly price action on the Nasdaq the last few months. I mean, this is, and then all the, weekly, daily price action in between. There's been a lot going on. Oh yeah, Bitcoin. I forgot about Bitcoin. Is that a buy there on Bitcoin? I don't know. Almost recovered the daily extension there. Like, if you're gonna buy it, you have to buy it like here at 800, 107.8, and stop it at like 620. What's the spread on Bitcoin? Oh, there, I can, it's a $15 spread. I mean, it's not bad. There it goes. Interesting with Bitcoin. Hey, Ralph. Good to see you, buddy. Sorry, I had to mute there. Nice. Oh, did better than me, Ralph. I managed it like Moron. But dude, thank you. I love when you guys make money on my calls. That's awesome. And I like when I make money too, but you know, didn't plan on making much money this week the way I feel. Weekly range is lower and daily ATR on NQ. Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, it's been thin and expensive. Yeah. I mean, on the futures, like Bitcoin doesn't look too bad. I'm not like trading it yet, but I'm watching it a little bit here and there. Yeah, it was actually that was a perfect level. I just was not bright. But yeah, it's kind of what I thought would happen. Yeah, that was beautiful. Probably just let my recency bias get me, because the last time I was in a Dow trade, it just fucking drove me nuts. And then so this time I kind of came in with that memory. That's the hard part about trading, right? Like, it's those memories. I mean, look at this. Not a lot of alerts going off today. So that's just kind of telling you right there that there's just not a lot of volume. Pretty slow. Yeah, and I still, for me, it's an adjustment process too with following all these markets, because, it can feel quite overwhelming, to be honest, when I'm used to trading just the Nasdaq. But I just know that if I can get through this adjustment phase, this will be better. And if it's not, I can always go back to, just trading the Nasdaq for myself if I want. But I just feel like there's a lot of possibilities here with all these markets. All right, we got an alert on the pound. Just kind of trending up. So Bitcoin had that reversal signal there. I didn't trade it because I've never really traded Bitcoin. I kind of want to like watch a few for a while. But that was the signal there, so mm. Mm. Not a whole lot going on in most markets. Oh yeah, the extensions are incredible. They really are. That's also like, what I'm trying to figure out too, like with my own trading plan that I'm doing live with you guys, is following all these markets. I mean, should you just wait for extensions, or, so there's so many different ways to slice the cake. Wow, look at the Dow. Nuts. Hmm. Yeah, I think so too, Ralph. I think it's worth, like, because Jacob, you were asking me about that, like, in the chat yesterday. Like, no, this is definitely for me an adjustment process where sometimes you've got to like take a step back, like from your comfort zone, and try to. That's what I'm trying to do here with all these markets, um, and I do think it's going to pay off heavily. It just takes time to, process everything that's going on and jump back and forth and all that. Yeah, I mean, pretty incredible. I mean, There's a lot of, look at that one yesterday. It's nuts. And I think you have to, like, one thing everybody needs to accept when you're trading is that some days, some weeks, you're going to just be in the flow. You feel good. You know, you feel good. And then sometimes that'll last for months. And then sometimes you just go into the, like, periods where whatever, like life it gets a little harder, or like me, like the last couple months, like I've been sick a lot and the baby and all that. Like it's just you it's like this, you know, it's not for the faint of heart, that's for sure. And when it's when you feel good and everything's great, it's amazing. And you just got to not be too hard on yourself. Like I think one of the biggest things is people get really down on, they beat themselves up. Like right now, for example, like I swear I'm not even beating myself up about the Dow. I'm like, okay, I wish I would have not been a moron, and I wish I'd, you know, would have made my money on the Dow, but I didn't. And okay, well, I don't really feel great, and that's okay. I'll just move on to the next one. So I think that's important for you guys too. Like you gotta constantly like release. Don't beat yourself up on stuff. Just try to learn each day, and you'll find your groove. Like for me, I was planning on not even streaming with you guys today or tomorrow because of how bad I feel. I was like, I know if I come back on Monday, I'll feel fresh and ready to go. But I was like, you know what? I might as well just do a little bit of streaming today, a little bit of streaming tomorrow, kind of get back in the flow of it so I shake some rust off. So then when I come back on Monday, fresh and ready after being sick for so long, then I also shook a little rust off. Then I'll feel like myself again. So that was kind of how I was looking at it. Mm, reversal exhaust extension. Yeah, exactly. You got high RR there. Good job, David. Yeah, exactly. Well, these are kind of these markets we've been in, you know, like, I don't know. It's just, you can, like Zest said, you can just kind of see like the price action has not been the easiest to trade. So it's just going to be like that sometimes, you know? All right, let's get back to using, looking for our signals, looking for some liquidity, have a little fun. I got the bikini ladies coming out later. Gosh. My wife's like, who are these ladies? Why are they here? I'm like, they're just entertainers for the people. Oh gosh. Ah, all right. So ES probably headed back up here, I'd guess. I think we still got a ways to go. So, you know, you guys, we never know. Like I may not pull back, but at some point, you know, you might get something like that. That could be a buy to go like that. Definitely looking for buys. And one thing that I think, Jacob, you asked me about this. I mean, this is one thing that I find this is like a personal challenge for me, and I hope that I'll beat it. I think I will. But, you know, streaming and trading, like real streaming and trading, not like Wheelan streaming and entertaining, but like streaming and gambling, like real streaming and trading, I find much more of a challenge, like talking through everything while I'm in a trade, like it makes me more like it's harder. I don't know how to explain it, but like if I'm alone, and it's not even I wouldn't even say it's the public exposure, like losing on it's not even that. I don't care about that because I know my system's great and it works and I make a lot of money. But when when I talk things through and I'm like that part for me is harder for some reason. I don't know why. Um, Whereas when I just kind of like silently do my thing, I'm better. So that's kind of interesting. I'm going to make an example. The hardest thing in trading is not needing to do things to make yourself feel smart. Yeah. And then probably when you're streaming, you know, you want to when you're there's probably that aspect there for sure. Yeah. Perfect entry. Yeah, I remember the hogs trade. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. The entry was nailed. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I remember that. I think, you know, a lot like trading on stream is difficult and it's something that I'm kind of like struggling through and I think I'm going to get it. I hope so. But yeah, that's I remember that one. Definitely. Oh gosh, kind of like this one on the Dow. I mean, that was almost bottom ticked as well. I think when I'm on stream and I'm explaining things, then that can like the explaining can like drift over into overthinking, and that's something generally speaking when I'm just by myself, I'm good at not doing because I'm not explaining. I'm just kind of like quieter in the mind over. It's like the mind is like this machine, right? And it's like this. So the more I'm speaking and explaining, it's kind of like turning up that machine. And as that machine gets turned up, that's the thinking machine. So it can cause overthinking and overanalyzing and so that I think that explains if that makes sense to you guys. That's that's what I'm personally just trying to overcome with the streaming is be able to trade here the way I trade when I'm not here. And that's a challenge for sure. I mean, I think anybody who says it's not a challenge is not being fully honest. But I love when I hear that Ralph, you know, you made money on the Dow there and like that makes me really happy when you guys do that. But I got to be able to yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, I don't take it as criticism, Zest. I feel that you mean well, so I appreciate the feedback. I really do. Like I can tell when you can tell when people are like being snarky, and you can tell when people are, you know, good-hearted and good-natured. And I feel that you're good-hearted and good-natured, so I appreciate it. And no, I have the same feelings about it. Like, and this is that's one of the things you know I knew when I started VolPro Edge that it would be an adjustment process. Like I I I, I knew it wasn't going to be easy, but I believe in you know what I'm doing, and I think that sometimes you got to go through these periods. Yeah, I mean it's what I would love is I would love a way to like I don't know figure out how to stream and just show like trades I'm taking, but I don't know. not be talking all the time or something, but that's hard. That's what streaming is, right? But then I'm a firm believer that when you're trading, like it's kind of like meditative, where it's like the more silent you are, the more under control this mind is, and you like you know what it is. I'll tell you what it is, guys. Like it's focus, right? And I can tell you, trading by myself, like when I'm really there, I'm just fucking dialed in, right? Like I am. It's like tunnel vision. That's my focus, and it's I don't make as many mistakes, not even close, when I'm in that zone, right? And so then that's what when I'm streaming and explaining and there's, screens and this and that, like it's harder to stay in that zone. So that's what I'm working on. Does that make sense to you guys? That's kind of the best way that I can explain that. And that's, what I'm trying to overcome. Because the system is fucking phenomenal. I mean, you guys can see that like every single day. And that's really what VolPro Edge is about. Like, I would love eventually to have like 20, 30 guys. You guys are all just doing awesome. Go do your own streams and trade. But you'll see, even when you trade well yourself, then streaming it and sharing it and teaching it, it's a different ball of wax for sure. And I've had different thoughts on how to do it. Like, okay, do I actually do the live stream or do I, you know, trade for myself, but record it and then upload it later so you guys can still see what I did? Like, I still don't have the answer to that, but for now I'm sticking with live stream because I do think I can learn to focus through everything. It just, I'm finding that way, All right, so ES, we're getting a close here. Looks like it's probably going to keep pushing. I'm like, okay, do I have a signal here? No, because that was the signal right there. And now we're pushing higher. So, I just don't know. Are we going to push like that? Or like, if we came back down like that, yeah, that would be a good buy signal. Then I would do like that. Definitely. Australian dollar. Russell. Yeah, it's kind of nice. Yeah. Yeah, you're at that stage in life. You were in this stage before, you get it. So, and it's all like it's like with VolPro Edge, like I had the choice. Just I developed it and then okay, keep it to myself and keep doing what I'm doing, which is great. And that would have been fine. And I was like, well, yeah, but other people can benefit and other people are benefiting. And then like, okay, well then that's going to take a lot of time for me. So then I'll turn that into a business. So then at least I benefit while others are benefiting. And then it's like, okay. And then, yeah, you have a limited amount of like time, energy, focus. And then, okay, then more, you're going to put some focus into like building the business side of it. So yeah, there's all these, things. And that's just part of it, Ralph said, I think you can too. I think this is day one coming back from being sick and you have the new system. You're starting to find your groove. Yeah, exactly. I actually kind of felt that. Thanks, buddy. I did feel that, the last week or before I got sick, I was really starting to feel like on stream, I was kind of settling in and just kind of like, I could feel it, like, you know, and I guess just that's kind of any of us can relate to these things, right? Like you're getting things on track and then suddenly it's just like, whack. You're like, you're sick. Now deal with it. It's like, okay. So yeah, I mean, I think I'll settle in again as I just start to feel a little better. But thank you, Ralph. And that's how I feel too. I mean, one thing that's cool is like the levels we pick and the trade ideas. It's very rare that, you know, we look at a trade and go, you know, oh, that's a really good one, and then we're just dead wrong. It happens, of course, but you know, generally speaking, you know, waiting for the right levels works well for us. And then it's just the feather in the cap is the execution and the management. But step one is, you know, having at least the direction and the levels. So there's the close on the Russell, entering congestion up. There's ES. It'd be really funny if like the next few days it just like that went like that and then closed here and then this went like that and then closed there. It's like that's what it looks like. The gold kind of slowed down after tagging the extension there. Yeah, definitely, Ralph. I could. I even told my wife before I got sick. I was like, you know, I think I'm starting to feel like it's when I'm streaming, it's getting closer to how I would normally trade when I'm not streaming, and that's good. I told her that like last, you know, before I got sick. All right, soybeans. So that was pretty cool on soybeans yesterday, guys, with the book map. I explained this in the end of day analysis video, but that was really neat. That was the pocket, like, so all that support was sitting there, right? And then there was like, I liked what I was seeing here for VolPro Edge. Like I thought, you know, this had a good opportunity to go like this. I really did. So I saw a ton of liquidity on the order book here. And so I put an order there. And then that liquidity had been sitting there for a long time, like 900 contracts on soybeans, pretty good amount across 3 levels, stacked like a 1054, 1050, no, 1055 maybe right in there. And then all of a sudden they just disappeared from the book map. They'd been sitting there like all day. I'm like, whoever did that is controlling all 900 of those, because they just went off all at the same time. I'm like, so if somebody's swinging 900 soybean contracts and they don't like that level anymore, I was like, maybe I don't want to buy that level. And that was what was really cool. I was just learning, right? And then just watch this just get dumped. I was like, wow, like, can this liquidity even help us confirm or deny levels? In that case, it was pretty darn cool, right? That was pretty neat. So the question is soybeans, you know, a trade here? Kind of in congestion. No, there's nothing to force there. Let's look at natural gas. Nope. So call on the Dow was queued. Very nice read. Just summarizing here. You know, look, it'd be cool Guys, if we could get some congestion action going here, that'd be nice. Like, just bang, bang. If this comes down, bang, I would buy that again, and then bang, like that. So we'll see. You know what? One thing I always find too that's a little overwhelming is when these trades trigger right at, especially on the indices, right? When they trigger right at the open, because even though the signal's super valid and you see the levels are great and the directional bias is fantastic, but yeah, like at the open, you've got a lot of that herky jerky, a lot of the orders coming in. They just, it's, it's. So I find that because then you got a lot to look at as well with ES, NQ, Russell. They're all kind of like, that order flow. It's because it's the open. There's lots of different orders hitting the book. So it's like, I think you guys know what I mean. You guys get it. There's crude. I think we've got natural gas inventories, or we had them at 10:30. So Bitcoin's kind of, pushing up on that trend reversal nicely. Yeah, on those, the hard part is like that was the one we took, that reversal on the Nasdaq, Ralph. That was great. On those, you kind of just got to get in, and it's hard, but your stop just kind of has to be like here. It's kind of in no man's land, but if it's the correct trade, it just kind of continues that bar and goes. One of the reasons I waited here on that Bitcoin, number one, it was Bitcoin, but number two, we didn't close above the middle of the envelope here. And we were still technically kind of below. I thought it was going to push up like this, but you still that, and then you had that core in front of you. So, it would have been a little bit easier to buy that like that and then like that. But, what are you going to do? Yeah. Yeah, it's nice when it does that. I like Bitcoin here as well. Reclaiming, especially like reclaiming an extension is nice. All right, guys, I'm just going to take like a little break, get a little snack, and I'll be back. And I'll be checking in every few minutes because I don't want to miss any alerts. I'm just going to make a little snack. All right, guys, making some quesadillas with some brie cheese and some eggs, scrambled eggs. Kind of like breakfast burritos, but like smaller. Just want to make sure I don't miss any signals here. So Crude was the last one, I think, here. Really wouldn't want to short that. Euro, nice little correction. Okay, just keep waiting. There's Nasdaq. Leave that up for you guys. Well, I'll leave ES up right there. Yeah, so I'll be right back. I gotta go check on my eggs, get the breakfast burritos, and then I'll just eat them while we hang out and wait for some signals. Hey guys, I'm back. Are we live? I don't even know how this works when we lose connectivity. Let me know. All right, guys, just let me know if we're live. All right, guys, are we back? Am I here? Is the screen on? It looks like it's on. I don't know what happens when power shuts off and everything goes dark and then I have to refire it all up. It seems like once I do that, it's all kind of still connected. But yeah, we'll see. All right, let me just post in the Discord. I think we're back. You guys hear me okay? I think you do. You see me, hear me? See the screens? See if we missed anything. All right. Looks and sounds good. Okay, thanks, Jose. Thanks, Adam. Supreme, good to have you. Ralph, good. Okay, nice. You guys hear me better with the mic now that I have it like way closer to my mouth? Should help. Let's make sure I got the drawing tools. Yeah, okay. David, I promise I'm going to get really funny again with all my Spanish as soon as I feel better. I can start making bad Spanish jokes again. All right, so let's see if we missed anything. Look, guys, if this pulls back down here somewhere, I buy it. If this pulls down into this pocket or something. So we'll wait for that. We still got some volume to trade. NQ. We had a close on NQ, but you know, You guys see what I mean, right? Time and time again. Like while we're waiting for trades, sounds good. Okay, thanks, David. Yeah, good. Oh, Zest. Hey, okay, good. Glad you guys are back. Yeah, Costa Rican power. You know, we haven't lost our power in a long time, so not not since I got royally screwed on a few trades when I lost power. Oh gosh, don't even remind me. Anyways, um, so you guys see what I mean when I say like look for patterns that are in line with our daily direction bias, right? In our end of day analysis. So that's why like then like you see this little flash pocket here on the Nasdaq. Sure, it might knock us down, but I'm not interested in shorting that at all, even though it might cause a reaction, fine, but you know, I don't want to go against this. So I'm not even looking at the short patterns. I'm focused on where's my next potential long pattern down into this pocket. Right? You guys got that? Ralph, I see you had a message retracted. Did you retract it or did YouTube retract it? Can you let me know what you were trying to say? So anyways, I think that makes sense, right, guys? So let's see if NASDAQ sets up a buy. The Dow. Oh yeah, and I was reflecting on something too. I'm just making some tea, guys, and then we'll have a little chat. Oh, okay. Um, if the Dow comes back down here now, that's a good buy. But I was reflecting, you know, on my propensity when I cut things quickly. That does come from, you know, my hard wiring lately. You know, the last year or two, you know, a couple of years of just trading the Nasdaq, and you know, like when I see that I'm wrong on the Nasdaq, typically I cut it very fast, and that served me very well, right? Whereas now, on these higher time frames, I've got to give it more room, and I know that, and that's an adjustment I'm making, right? So I think it's good that you guys like get to see me going through this process, so then you know all the social media stuff you see out there of everybody who's pretending to be perfect all the time is totally stupid. Like we're all going through different stages, and even when we've had some good success, right? And long-term consistent success, we still got to adapt sometimes and change and grow. And yeah, so it's just a different story when you do it like on camera publicly. So I think that's one of the reasons I got to just accept that, like, hey, there's going to be like, I'm typically, let's say when I get in on that Dow trade at, you know, 80, you know, I got to stop that down here at, you know, 42,680. Let's see, 42,680, you know, I gotta, you know, I gotta have about 100 point stop on that on the Dow. And that's something I'm just not typically used to, right? But I got to get used to that. So what do you mean by that, Ralph? Do I need to have it? Oh, sorry. Close. I was reading it close. Like, do you mean like, you know, 3 feet away or 4? Okay, close. I got you. See, I'm telling you guys, it's the COVID brain fog, right? Um, yeah, I'm waiting for closes, Ralph, but that's just because I'm following so many markets. I think waiting for the closes is fine. It's what I do. Oh gosh, coughing. So Luke, NQ very hard to trade during New York with tight stops. I was right, got stopped out. Yeah, Luke, you're not alone there, man. It's like what I did on the Dow, right? I totally effed up the Dow. I think you know, probably smaller size, wider stops. Try that, Luke. I think that that's smart because you're seeing that you're picking the right areas. Um, and you just want to be able to give yourself more room without feeling too much pressure. So that's also something for me, you know, because I'm trying to trade these XFAs. You know, I want to try and grow them now, like I really do, right? So maybe on that trade right there, I'm like, oh, if I take a $500 loss on that Dow trade, which is where that stop needed to be, you know, that's a big stop against a $4,500 draw, right? That's like a 12%. You know, basically that's like risking 12% of the account, right? And even though VolPro Edge is amazing, right? It's great. You you can still, via the volatility in the market or being a little unlucky or whatever, like, you know, a 12%, that's pretty big, right? So maybe on that kind of a trade, I need to be like, okay, well, if I want to trade this, like I'm trying to keep these accounts and grow these accounts, then maybe better, like a way to have just comfort being in that trade is like, look, just use micros on that, and go like 6 micros or 7 micros. And I must admit, my ego has me not wanting to do micros, but I'm trying to grow these in front of you guys. And so to risk, $300, 350 against 4,500 and draw makes a lot more sense than trying to risk 500, 550, right? So that's I'm thinking through this, trying to tell you, Luke, that's probably what you should do. Reduce the size, and then you'll be comfortable with the wider stop. And then as I'm thinking about that, that's what I need to do as well, right? Because a lot of the other markets are going to be smaller markets anyways. Like Ultra Bond is a little bit of the stop size is not going to be, so gold, you have the ability to go micro, silver micro, copper and platinum. You're not really going to have $500 stops on those markets, especially not platinum. That's a small market. So the currencies, you can get away with, $250 stops for sure. The grains for sure. The meats for sure. So I think that's, for me, what I learned today is like, hey, think more in the zone of risking, $300 a trade, because then like you lose a trade for 300, it's not that bad. You lose another one for 300, not that bad. Oh, you win one, you make 900, fine, right? Whereas if you lose 500 or 600, you're digging that hole deeper. I'm talking the XFA game now, guys, with you guys. I'm not talking about like live accounts and that. I'm talking about what I'm streaming. So does that make sense? Because my goal, I really want to settle into the streaming with this new system, showing you guys VolPro Edge, different ways to use it. And I want to try and grow these XFAs. I want to try and grow, steadily over the next couple of months. Just, risking $300 to try and make 600 to 900, risk 3, 6 to 9, because that's what I want to do here. And that's what I want to show you guys how to do as well. So what do you, on the Nasdaq, Jacob? I'm just catching up here. So Supreme is still short NQ. How's it doing? Is it going down? I hope so for you, Supreme. If you're short from up here, then probably had a nice move. So Ralph, right? The higher time frame close gets you looking at the chart. Yeah, but say there's a level close by, might you want wait a bit to see how the next bar opens, maybe place an order at that level. Yeah, these are the nuances, like on the Dow there, of course, when that one closed there where we made the decision, I just went in at market at 80. Yeah, maybe I should have been like, oh, well, let me set a level right at the extension. But then if it opens and fires up and you're not in, you're kind of like, I'd rather just go in. And then, like I said, just use smaller size to accommodate for the wider loss. I think in terms of having more consistency, would you guys agree? A lot of you, and look, what I just did is just, you're getting shaken out before the trade has a chance to work, right? You're picking good spots. It's just that we're getting shaken out in the noise. So by reducing size, taking on that wider stop, but not more risk because you're reducing the size, I think that will reduce the losses and increase the winners, right? Yeah, well, like on the Nasdaq, the way I used to trade, Jake, when I'm just trading by myself on the Nasdaq, like I can't really quantify that, because I was very much like, if I saw a level, like I'd get in, and then if the trade started to work, like that's where I'll let it go, and I'll even add to it, right? Where if I get in sometimes, and then let's say it would go 10 points against me, but I could see something I didn't like I had no problem cutting it. Like that was a much more active type of trading, right? Or so, but I would say on average, like probably my average loss was like maybe 20 points, and my average win was maybe 50 points, something like that. but still there was a lot of, managing of the trades in between, right? So this is what I'm trying not to do now. I just want to put the trade on and just let it work on the higher time frame, but then, use that reduced size to accommodate for that larger stop loss. So I hope that makes sense, Jacob. Yeah, if it wasn't perfect, I mean, you could do that, Ralph, for sure. So Supreme short from 944 with 10-point stop. Yeah. Where are we at now? Oh, I mean, 944. Yeah. We might be pushing back up now, so maybe book the profit. I don't know. Adam, I like that much more, keeping a wider. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. I think it'll keep you in more, especially when you pick the right levels and you just use, I think that's the key. So Jacob in the hole for the year on reset. Yeah. Trying to get out of this hole and get positive, and it gets hard to be. Yeah, exact, dude. That's exactly how it is, right? When you're in the hole, like let's say you're at a casino and you're playing blackjack, and it's tricky. That's the psychology, right? Like I've been guilty of that sometimes, like where when you lose, you want to make it back, and then you make stupid decisions because you want to make it back too fast, and you end up losing more. It's like a super negative cycle. I get that, Jacob. Yeah, well, look, just like the Dow this morning gave us a great opportunity, and next time I'm gonna just use a little smaller size and just leave my wide stop and just like set it and forget it. And I think if you start doing that as well, Jacob, and just be patient and follow along with the streams and not be in a rush to pass those, just know that if you follow the system, probably the odds are you will pass them, but just take it slow, That's what I would do. Yeah, that sounds good, Supreme. 922. Yeah, be nice if it dumped down here for you. So like Ralph, what you're saying, would I wait for this is an instance where today now we have so much support here, right? Like I really don't think we're going back down to close down here. I don't. So like look into this pocket with all these, like 850. If it got down there on the Nasdaq, that's a great place to buy even before it closes, because it's probably not going to close down there, because if it got down there, it'd probably get bought back up and close like this, right? So those are the decisions you could make. No, but I know what you guys mean, and Jacob, I know what you mean, because even me not capitalizing on that Dow trade that I should have capitalized on better. I'm like looking at the charts going, okay, well, where's like, and I'm like, no, like that moment of not capitalizing on that Dow trade is not connected to anything now. So I can't like, oh, I should have made that. No. Just, it's really like, this is what's crazy about trading, is that if we just allow it to be easy, it could be so easy, but our human nature is so wired against it. Like that's the game, right? It's crazy. Hey, what's up, Christian? Yeah, we're back. We lost power in Costa Rica for sure. Nice to have you back. So, Jacob, is it better to have that wider stop versus let it stop you out for a smaller loss and get? I think it's better to have that wider stop on smaller size. And then I also think it's better to have the wider target, right? So that's why I think higher time frames are much better, because you just don't get chewed up and spit out in a lot of the noise. And then the lower time frame you go and you get chewed up and spit out, that's also what leads to the over trading, the revenge trading. Like the higher time, you have a chance to step back and like not let one mistake feed into the next, right? So I think that's smart. Daily levels onto the volume charts. Don't know why it's not working for me. Can you screenshot and DM me, David. You just have to the study. Oh no, that's the wrong one. Where am I? Oh, here. It's whatever. It's like price overlay. I don't know why I can't find it, but I don't know. You know what I mean, David. Just send me a screen, or like maybe you could send it to Ralph or something, David, because I'm just trying to. I gotta focus on the trading. I know Ralph's you're focusing too, so David, it might be something that we gotta wait till later to try to see what's going on with that. But we'll figure that out. I just want to try to not miss any signals here. So ES, yeah, kind of pushing. And one thing too, I'm also curious and like monitoring is while I'm waiting for good setups. I mean, just with VolPro Edge, pretty much bar by bar here on these intraday volume charts, you can read very well what's going on. So obviously when this one pushed up here, like I'm not going to sell that pocket obviously, but I'm looking, okay, well, where's the support? Well, you got like almost a crossover here. You got all this here. You got so like all your support is here. Like that's just where it is, right? Is it going to drive back down into this pocket? I highly doubt it because of what we're coming out of, all that pushing up, right? So then looking at that, I'd be curious, like, what did Bookmap say at that time about 60/30? Probably said there's, you know, a lot of liquidity there. So these are also things I'm just trying to watch with order flow and matching up with VolPro Edge levels. Yeah, thanks, David. Sorry, man. I want to help you right now. I gotta get better at like just zooming in on the trading when I'm here. Oh, thanks, Ralph. Study price overlay. That's it. Right. Thanks, man. Thanks for helping each other out. That's good, Supreme. At least you got one. Yeah, that's hard. That's tough. Nice, Ralph. Yeah, for sure. Are you watching Bookmap with VolPro Edge as well, Ralph? It's pretty cool. You got it, Supreme. All right, I'm gonna get some water, guys. Just give me a sec. Super dehydrated, when you take all the medicine. All right, so let's see. Yeah, the liquidity. So here, ES coming back down. Uh, yeah, so look at 60, 24, 75 on the book map. That's where I can see a lot of liquidity that's been sitting there for a long time. Yeah, there's some liquidity as well at you know, 60, 29, 60, 27, 75, but it hasn't been there as long. The liquidity at 24.75 on ES, which for us, I mean, look, guys, that's like right into all of our, it's, that would, in my view, that would be a perfect long for VolPro Edge. So, you know, if there's liquidity there and we get down there, I would try a long and I would, you know, have a stop just below the liquidity and see, because we have all our VolPro Edge support there. Because if we can get in on that, you know, we could get back up toward the daily highs up here. So that'd be like 24.75 all the way back up to 50, you know, 25 points of profit on ES would be nice. So and you know, we'll see too, like I don't know if you know, following all the grains and like maybe this is too much. Maybe it's just better to focus on, you know, indices, gold, silver, maybe a little crude or whatever. I'm still kind of debating that. I mean, we'll see. Right now, I'm going to stick with this. Definitely what I'm set on is I'm not changing the volume chart. I love these higher time period volume bars. I just think they're fantastic. So that part is just locked and loaded. I like that a lot. So let's see what we missed here. Corn. Because I've noticed the grains a lot. I mean, I'd still cover them in the end of day analysis, you know, for that kind of stuff. I just mean for the day trading, maybe it's just the time and energy spent on them is maybe not worth it, or maybe it is. I don't know. So let's just go see what we have recently. It doesn't matter what's happened. So we've got soybean meal. I mean, yesterday I had a nice long on soybean meal that I posted in the chat. Remember that, guys? That was right here. I got long right here, and then it was nicely going up for a while, and then came back down. But it was a good trade. Took me out of break even. See, in that case, it was right to move to break even. Let's look at ultra bonds. So I'd probably short ultra bonds into the extension up here if we got there. You know, I got a little pattern there. So just keep monitoring our setups while we just kind of keep an eye on ES. Because you can see here as well, because that's the thing too, for those of you guys who want to trade shorter term, you can still trade shorter term, but just use these higher time period charts to get better levels with less noise, right? Like look at these broken DMLs, all that is support in here. Right? So even if you want to scalp, just scalp against these short-term levels. I don't want to scalp, but for those that want to. So, Ralph, feel like I found a Rafa system. Well, that'd be nice. Rafa's printing money. Feel like I found a Rafa system with the lower time frame pockets and liquidity levels 4 to 6 points away. Look, man, if it works and you can do it, that's really all that matters, right? So, Jacob, something that confuses me about orders on futures, how it tracks the regular indices, but futures track it almost in real time. Market makers, whatnot, the instance, NVIDIA, yeah, that's crazy how fast orders can come in out of nowhere. It's almost like the real index moves first, then the algos. Yeah, I mean, that is kind of how it works. I mean, but I mean, the correlation will be exact because the market makers are keeping those, markets very close. If it's like SPY and ES or, QQQ and NQ. That's what you mean, right, Jacob? So ES is going to close here in a bit, still 20,000 contracts, but let's see here. Well, I mean, if gold pushed up and gave us like a little bit of a flash or something into the extension high a day, that could be good for something like that, maybe. Because indices are pushing. So Zest, last institutional gig, fastest system responded 7 microseconds. Yeah, that's insane. That's crazy, yeah. As a single sitting at a prop desk. Yeah, that's crazy. 5,000 crude, then that must be like, right, you were scalping, weren't you? Like 100, 100, 100, 100, 100, 100. I mean, that's a lot of contracts. Yeah. Jacob, when I've seen Wall Street people VWAP heavily. Well, I mean, that's why you got to find what works for you too, Jacob. So, I mean, if you want to incorporate VWAP into VolPro Edge, you can do that just like what Rafa's doing with his EMAs, right? You can also chart, on Sierra charts, you can have the VWAP from any time frame. So you can have like monthly VWAP, weekly VWAP, quarterly VWAP, and just wait. If you really want VWAP, just wait for good signals into VWAPs. Yeah, I think VWAP is more about, I don't know. There's at the end of the day, it's like there are lots of things probably that can work if you just, first of all, you need something that works, but then to be consistent with it. And check gold over here. So let's see. Soybeans there. Yeah, I think just what we're doing here, just patiently waiting for good setups. Like, yeah, unfortunately I botched it a little bit, but some of you didn't botch it. Some of you did well. And I mean, right there, that's enough. Like for the day, that's great. You made good money, you're done. I should have made good money and been done. Um, but I think those are the moves worth waiting for. Looks like Dow's probably going to continue to squeeze. Oh yeah, lots of ways to skin the cat's zest for sure. I think that's probably what gets to most people with trading is that in the end, there's just too many ways to do it. And after strategy hopping and losing all their money, they stop because there is just unlimited options for how to do it. Christian, back online. Just getting back to my desk. Nice. Yeah, I'm back online. We lost power in Costa Rica. I know, it's hard to believe. We haven't lost power in a while, which has been nice. Oof, gosh. The COVID energy levels are low. Soybean oil. Big reversal there. So we're going to get a close on ES. Dow. They look like they're just going to continue to push higher. So spot, seeing if there's a good spot to get long. I mean, Russell's really lagging. Gold. We could maybe short up here if we get a signal into the daily extension right there. Pink dot. Silver. Been a mess. Copper chop. Platinum. Just unbreakable. Breaking through that resistance now. Opposite happening. So ultra bonds, I'm open to shorting up here, potentially. If we get a little push. So there's the alert for ES. So if we could push down here, it could be a buy. You know? 60-30, somewhere down in there. Oof. So where were we? Ultra bonds, yeah, up in there. Euro. Probably going to be some pretty good resistance, I would say. Remember I said right there, 1640, so see if we get something up there. Okay, so Bitcoin, yeah, still kind of just hanging out here. Crude, heating oil, gasoline, nat gas, and then corn, wheat, soybeans. Yep. Uh, Tarcoles. Is that in Costa Rica, Christian? Sounds like it could be. I just don't think I've heard of it. Yeah, we get power outages here a lot. I mean, to be honest, we've had some insane monsoons, like the lightning and thunder, like I've never seen before. And the power stays on through all that, which is pretty impressive. Ah. So ES is going to close here soon. I'm just waiting for alerts. That was the yen. We're kind of trending up here, pulling back to the broken daily extension. So I don't really want to trade it because I don't want to be tied up here on the yen, but it could be a pocket pullback to push back up here. So it'd be nice if the ES could flush down here. Give us a little buy signal in like an hour. Wouldn't mind that. Heating oil, probably nothing. Sorry, I'll catch up in a sec. I'm just doing something here. Just give me a sec, guys. I'm just answering some stuff. I'm just waiting anyways right now. Guys, while we're waiting, I'm just checking on stuff. Hang on. Are you guys there? Yeah, it's just crazy. The whole situation. I mean, makes no sense at all. What market are you talking about, Zest? All of them, yeah. Totally. Oh man. It's really nuts. Well, LA is a madhouse. Oh gosh. I mean, I grew up there. I can't even believe, like, looking at it now. The whole thing's crazy. See here, we got am I long? Trump Trump really just needs to leave. That's funny. What did I miss while I was helping a friend with something? Mm. Ah. Yeah, I went to Loyola, Jacob. Yeah, I got into USC, so I had to choose between Loyola and USC. And I chose Loyola because it was by the beach, which thank God. If I went to USC, I probably would have just got stuck in LA with, I don't know. Loyola was right for me. You mean in basketball, Zest? Yeah, Loyola's awesome. Right by the beach, Marina Del Rey. I loved it. Yeah, Malibu's awesome. I grew up surfing Malibu all the time. But it's all gone downhill. Yeah, it's got to be every more than 20 years, right? The last good one was like Hank Gathers, I think, right? Bo Kimball. That was quite a while ago. And was it Hank that had a heart attack on the court or something? I think so. Something like that, right? Yeah, and also, fortunate to grow up with, good parents, good family, and all that kind of stuff. They had me in good schools my whole life. So that's like stuff you just get lucky or not. So I count my blessings for sure. Um, let's see. Oh, Trump is live. Okay, that's what's going on, Supreme. Thanks. I didn't realize that. So, Adam, I had like 40 points cushion on my trade. Oh, man. Dude. Adam, I so feel for you, bro. I hate when that happens. And lately, it happens a lot because Trump has to come on and say something. It's crazy. We'll see if we can. I'm still waiting to see if we can get like a little buy down here maybe or something, which would be nice. We'll see. Um, I was traveling all around Europe for a long time I lived in Sweden for a while, and then we traveled when I married my wife. We traveled around. We were in Portugal for a while. This was before we had the kid. We traveled all over Europe, and then we liked Canary Islands. We stayed there. Then went back to Sweden. Then back to Canary Islands. Um, then we went to Malta. and we came here. So kind of just been all over. 90s, yeah, I think it was the 90s, definitely. I think it's just the algos use it as an excuse to run stops, Jacob. That's probably what it is. It's good to recognize it, Adam. Just stop. 50 bucks is not bad, man. Yeah, Malta's cool, but it's also, I don't know. I didn't mind it, but it's small and it's very dense. So it's not like my kind of place. Like here in Costa Rica, at least, there's just so much nature, which I like better, and ocean with waves. You know, Malta's got the Mediterranean, but winters are cold in Malta. I didn't like that. I don't know. For me, the biggest reason just traveling and kind of looking for a cool place with good taxes. Costa Rica fits the bill. But you know, we miss our families. I love Sweden a lot. Sweden's beautiful. I mean, I would have stayed in Sweden. I speak the language. My wife's from there. Like, Sweden's awesome. It's just the winters are brutal and the taxes aren't great. Not as bad as Spain, though. You would think the Scandinavian countries are worse because you get more social welfare, great social welfare system. But the taxes aren't that bad, but they're way worse than Costa Rica. And Spain is the worst. David knows that. Yeah, Spain is horrible. And it's not like the social welfare system in Spain sucks, right? It's like you pay all these taxes and then all the politicians steal all the money. And there's nothing left for the people that they took the taxes for. Look at the Russell just kind of languishing. Gold's languishing. Silver, copper, platinum, ultra bonds, euro. So silver, crude. Like what I've noticed is like, well, I shouldn't say that. I was going to say like a lot of the good signals happen like Asia, London, or early New York. I think that's true for the most part. But I mean, that one reversal we caught Friday before I got sick, or whenever that was, on the Nasdaq, that was late. Right? That was like 3 p.m. or something. And that was a great trade. Yeah, I never did the Asia thing, but Asia would be cool. I think I'm now just like at the point where I'm kind of traveled out. But if you're young and like you start making consistent money, Jacob, and you don't have to work for anybody anymore, and you can just work for yourself, yeah, for sure, you could travel all over the world. That'd be sick. I mean, if I was single, like younger, single, doing this and just traveling, you know, I would go to cheaper countries for sure. Because Costa Rica is expensive. I'm sure like places in Asia, you can probably live a really nice, you know, life for half the price as Costa Rica. Oh yeah, Spain is terrible. Oh yeah, you're right, Luke. Sweden does have the good nicotine pouches, and everybody has they all walk around like that with the nicotine pouch. Hmm. I remember one time I was at a bar with my friends in Sweden, and I never had a nicotine pouch, and they're like, "Andy, you should try this." And I tried it, and I had to run to the bathroom. I almost puked. It was so disgusting. It was so strong. That was the last nicotine pouch I tried. I love cigars, but man, I didn't like the nicotine pouch. Oh yeah. And that's probably living pretty good for like 2K a month for sure. Yeah, Costa Rica is, I mean, it's weird expensive because people like the average wage here is like 600, 700, 800 bucks a month. I go to the store and buy things. I'm like, how do people buy this? It's like LA prices, except they make $600 a month. Crazy. I feel bad for them. Sucks. Yeah, think about it. You don't even need that much, right? Like for a young guy traveling around, like you'd be set on like 50K a year, you know? Like with nobody else to support. I mean, like doing it on your own. It's like $4 grand a month. You can do that for sure. Wheat's falling out of bed. Give me a sec. Sorry, guys. I had a sneezing attack. I think so. I mean, the year in the next 3 months. I think that's possible, Jacob. It's just all about, consistency and approach, I think, will lead to consistency in profits for sure. I'm just kind of watching because the book map on Nasdaq is harder to read, but on ES with the VolPro Edge levels, it's pretty amazing. I'm kind of watching this going, I don't know, could just sit here and print money on ES all day. Might have got to learn the book map more. Because when you match up key liquidity zones with our DMLs and everything, it's kind of like what Rafa's doing with his EMAs and stuff, but this is like the liquidity zones into the DMLs. And it's kind of telling you which DMLs are super valid. And then, of course, you want to be smart with the multiple time period analysis and all that. That's interesting. You're flat. Yeah. Well, I'm flat after my Dow debacle. Zest. Yeah, NQ. I think. I mean, it'd be nice if it gave a little bit of a pushback down here. I mean, Dow gave the closest thing you could call to a pullback, but wasn't really much of one. Russell, I mean, shocking. I guess it's just still hung over from that. Silver. I mean, I could buy silver maybe if it came down into this pocket here. Like one of my favorite combinations, I mean, I have a lot of combinations, but I love the extension and the congestion, or the extension and the trend DML. But I love seeing an extension stacked with other DMLs like that, or like that. Here, like that. What we saw on ES this morning, right here, that's beautiful. That would have been a lot easier to hold compared to the Dow, because you get in right here, and then this thing just, you know, it's just kind of sitting around. It never really tests your patience, and it just keeps going. Like that was nice. All right. So I'm still into buying the dips here. I would, I don't, I don't think the day's over. The fat lady has not sung yet. She ain't sang. Could get a little, now we could use a Trump tweet to just kind of flush us down here. Quite a lot of liquidity coming in at 63. That's been there for a while. Sorry, 60.33. It's kind of close to where that previous little flush got to. So let's see how. There's a lot of liquidity down there at 60.33. Meanwhile, alerts have kind of slowed down on other markets. NQ, Dow, Russell, gold, silver, copper, platinum, ultra bonds. Crude, yeah. I used to not like ES as much, but it's kind of growing on me. some water. Got my bottle on my floor because I don't want to set it next to any of my screens and then like knock it into my screen. Oh. I know, it's like watching grass grow, but that's what we got to do. So what was Trump talking about this time? Ultra bonds. Hmm. Somebody with a very loud speaker. That was a loud car that drove by. They drive by with their really loud speakers on here, like advertising things. All right, gonna see if ES can pop down here into like 33 maybe. Give a buy down there. A lot of liquidity, a lot of VolPro Edge support. I don't really see this market like rolling back over down here. It could, and ideally get long down in here, like around 20, but I just don't know if we're going to get there. So let's see right now. It looks like it wants to gone for that liquidity down there. 30, 33 would be nice. Feeder cattle. Ultra bonds. Gold. Wow, look at that move in soybean oil. High a day, low a day. It's an outside bar for like the last 4 days. Something. That's crazy. Pretty big. Gasoline. Okay. chopping around. Yeah, I mean, you got a ton of support here on the daily. Look here at ES into 60-30. That's where all that liquidity is sitting. That was an interesting idea you had, Zest. So every time you get a signal on any of the 4 indices, you go ahead and you just put it on all 4. I mean, I know, yeah, they're definitely correlated, but I guess they'll move in different ways, right? So I guess what you would do is just whatever position size you would use on one, you just divide that into 4 and just throw it on all 4, and you give yourself like a more diverse basket of the move. Makes sense. Yeah, exactly. The micros. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. So, you know, instead of doing one full contract or whatever, you just go like 3 micros on each one. Even then, it's not really close though, right? Because the value of, let's say, the Dow and the Russell, so you'd have to figure that out. But maybe it'd be like, you know, if you did 3 micros on, maybe you do like 2 micros on ES, 2 micros on NQ, and then 3 Dow micros and 3 Russell micros. Maybe that would be kind of close. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. I know, it's interesting. Yep. I mean, I think one of the easiest ways, um, you know, especially like Jacob, if you're still here, um, sometimes at night with the end of day analysis, I mean, for those of you who, you know, just if you have full-time jobs or whatever, you can swing trade these, or not swing trade, even end of day, just set orders, but set micros on the indices, and just let them go all day. Oh, something just happened. 1 o'clock liquidity. Oh no, it's the bond auction. Right. We have a 30-year bond auction. That's where all this liquidity is coming from right now. So let's see what the 30 years doing. There it is. I think I would be willing to short this up here on ultra bonds. Oh yeah, baby. Push higher ultra. There's the 30-year. I might have to short the 30-year if we close here. Let me bring up the 30-year. I don't really trade the 30-year, but it's I'm watching the 30-year, guys. See what Bookmap has to say about the 30-year. because you're right at the daily extension up there. If this holds and you got that core there, could be, you know, good for a potential short back down to here. Something like that. Bond auction is a 30-year bond auction. Whenever you get like a 20-year, 30-year bond, say a government debt auction, they're always at 1 p.m. Eastern. They can move the market a lot, like they're doing right now. So let's see what the well, book map doesn't show anything here for the 30 years. Ugh. Well, just, you know, you give it with the micro, you got more room for error. You know, a lot more wiggle room. It's kind of, it's just a more conservative idea. Wouldn't be surprised to see gold kind of roll over there with the push that indices have had. There goes ultra bonds. But you're breaking through too much stuff here by the time you get to the extension here. Gasoline. Yeah, I mean the minis are big contracts. They really are. Definitely. I like our turquoise colors. It's like ocean water in the Bahamas. SP and ND. Oh yeah. Yeah, the full, right. 10 times the mini. $500. That's steep. I think trading is just all about letting the markets come to you, and today we did. And that probably was the best opportunity we're going to see right there. So if there's nothing else, it is what it is. But it's a good day overall in terms of at least being in the right spot at the right time. I would like to see another trade, but we'll see. I also feel very tired. Bonds are going berserk. Bitcoin, Ethereum. Crude, heating oil. I'm just going to take a moment, guys. I'll be back. What price action we got going here, huh? Ooh. I think gold, you can see that push down. Check the liquidity on gold. Like more long-standing sell orders at like 34.05 on gold. Our levels coming in right here. Pretty much same area. Just waiting for stuff, guys. Just waiting for stuff to set up. Oh, I said Trump's not going to fire Powell. He calls him a numbskull, but demands rate cuts. So the Army General says that the Marines may temporarily detain protesters in LA. I mean, I'm totally against these protests. I mean, I don't think that like looting and burning shit is okay. Stealing and all that. But I also, isn't it called posse comitatus? If I remember from school. Not really allowed to use the US military to go in and arrest US citizens. So some kind of, you can't just let people start crossing lines. I don't know. You got to be careful. Once a line gets crossed, it can't be uncrossed. So there's the ultra bonds. There's the I mean, that could be a good short right there for the 30-year, potentially. You know? I almost never trade the 30-year, but that could be. We still have some time left to decide. The ultra bond here almost got to the extension. I like that the 30-year at least got to the extension here on the daily high of days. So I might have to short the 30-year because, you know, could catch a runner back down. But I would like to see that core, the true average higher. Ultra looks a little better, except we haven't tagged that yet. Numbskull, yeah. Oh man, Trump. Yeah, exactly. He did the same thing the algos did, but he did it better. And then they fined him and threw him in jail. I was talking about him earlier on the stream. Is that where you looked it up, Jacob? It's just so funny. So, rules for thee, not for me. He he he. Tee tee. That's nuts. So ultra bonds were kind of breaking this a little too much here for my liking. Oh yeah, totally loud. It's because they give the most campaign finance contributions. What are they called? Yeah, they got the good lobbyists. So I've got an alert on ultras. Doesn't really look right to me. The reason is because this is sucking up way too tight here. Whereas like this just looks more normal trend up, and then it could correct. But even this, I would want the core there. Yes, pushing. Not a whole lot of movement after. I think is that what's happening lately? I don't know. Like you get like one move off of a tweet or a news announcement, and then it just chops and sits, and then it's just I don't know. I guess this move came later in the day. There goes gold. Well, if it closes underneath there, then I might have to short it. That's pretty interesting. I mean, the resistance would be right there at 24. That's the 30-year. That's the ultra. I'm just gonna bring up the see what the order book has to say about it. Shorted the British pound. Supreme, good luck. Check that in a sec. Checking the order book here on ultra bonds. The only good liquidity you have is up here around our extension. I find that fascinating that oftentimes you will see these types of big resting orders sitting at key levels. Cool. The Dow, the Russell. Yeah, it looks like they're just gonna choppy grind higher, the indices. A short on the pound. Nice. It's dropping. I hope she goes down here, Supreme. She could. Yes. So, copper. I mean, if the 30-year, see, because on the ultra bonds, we got a lot of 30-year resistance stacked above us. A lot of resting orders. Like 4 or 5 ticks above, like all up into here. But if this closed down underneath all this, could be worthy of a short. And then if it really starts to drop, you know, could add. Yeah. Um, the prop accounts close. Yeah. Most of them close at like Tradeify you can have until 5. But Topstep you got to close by 4:10 p.m. Eastern, I think. Is that what you mean, Supreme? It's funny, is it you got a parrot in your picture, Supreme? Because the building I live in Costa Rica is called Macaw's Ocean Club, and it's because of the macaw. You know, it's like a big parrot, and they always travel in couples here. So you always see 2 macaws flying, and they make that very distinctive, like. Funded next. Others are banned. Oh, why do they like not pay you, or do you have problems with others? Guacamayos. Is that bird in your picture? Is that a guacamayo? Is that some kind of a parrot? It's like a macaw. The macaws are like bright red. I can show you guys. I have one hanging in my wall. Would you want to see a macaw? See if I can go grab my macaw. Corn. I'm just not into the, like, once it gets later in the day for the grain, it's like the good ones on those are going to happen around the open, I think. It's pretty, I mean, it's not bad here. You got extension, extension, holding. It's just this, if it closes there, it's close, because then all of a sudden that is the zone and you are in it. So from there, you know, it is kind of legit. It might be too legit to quit. We got a lot of liquidity stacked up overhead. So we will soon find out. Guacamayo. Yeah, is that what Um, I'll have to look it up. A guacamayo. Oh, that is. Okay, maca. Oh, that's funny. Yeah, so that's maca. That's funny that I live at maca. I live at Guacamayo Club. That's really funny. Russell hanging out. ZB. Level 2 data spoofing. Level 2 can show a lot of false shit. Yeah, exactly. That's the thing too. Like what I'm looking at with the book map, Jacob, is I'm looking at level 2, but I'm looking at orders that, big orders that have been sitting in the book for a long time. And that's totally different than just looking at the DOM and, orders popping in and out. And I don't even know if I'll keep using bookmap. I just wanted to try it because I had an idea and I want to look at it. And yesterday it was looking really good. Today, I mean, I think so. Just at the open, things moved so fast. But I bet you if I was watching ES instead of YM, you know. But see, then that's the thing. We didn't really, with what we got here with VolPro Edge, it wouldn't have really mattered. I mean, our signal worked. But I'm sure I'll go replay this later and see what the liquidity was showing. That'll be interesting. That'll give some good information. See, like right now, I'm looking at there's a lot of orders sitting just above on the 30-year, right up in here at our daily extension. There's some orders right here, and they've been in the book now. They haven't been in for that long. I mean, but there was a bond auction, but they've been in for 15 minutes, and they're very large orders. Like right now, we have 1,500, 1,100. 1,000. So, we've got about 4,000 contracts sitting on the offer right here. I mean, Ultra Bonds is 30 years a bigger market, but still. And the question, if those orders stay there, it's kind of reinforcing that level. Oh, okay. What country is that? Is that Mexico? So people would want refunds once they failed? That's funny. Maca, guacamayo. That's kind of cool. Now I know how to say. So it's like, where do you, ¿dónde vive tú? Somebody asked me. I say, Club del Mar de Guacamayo. Oh, you're in Turkey. Okay. So it's good, good refund rules in Turkey. That's good to know. Good consumer protection laws. I've been to Turkey. Are you Turkish? I've been there. I've been to Turkey. Not many people have been to Turkey, I don't think. I went on a vacation to Turkey maybe 25 years ago. Oh, yeah. Everybody's failing and getting refunds. Well, the thing is, if you do that though, then you can never trade with prop firms again, right? Once or the like with Topstep, if you ever request a refund, you can never trade with them ever again. Yeah, Turkey was cool. Where was I? I'll remember it at some point. Yeah, I mean, I think that could be true zest. I mean, I know the normal Dom, but it's kind of interesting when you see large resting orders in the book, but it might be so with the high frequencies and all that stuff that, you know, because now there doesn't technically even have to be a large order in the book, right? An auto system at a big bank can just, once an order gets touched, then they can throw in, 50 contracts and then 50 more, and they can just do it at lightning speed, right? Well, that's coming from a good source. Yeah, and it might just be too much information. Yeah. On the book map, what I'm looking at right now is I'm just trying to see if there are, orders that are resting there. And like yesterday on soybeans, that was pretty interesting. But it might be like hit and miss, sometimes like most things, like it could be like, oh, sometimes it helps, sometimes it doesn't help, sometimes it helps. And then in that case, I just only use VolPro Edge because that's all I need. But especially, I agree. I mean, especially like looking at the DOM, trying to figure that out. I mean, no way. Um, no, yeah, that's why like what I'm looking at now is not even the DOM. It's more, it's like it's the footprint of the DOM. Like what has been on the DOM for how long? Nice, Ralph. Good. That's fantastic. Getting a little bit of movement on ES, anyways. Yeah, it's like if it gives like that extra little bit of confidence, then that's great. I mean, I know that yesterday I saw this level here with VPE, and then I saw when ES was up closed right here, I knew my level was right there. I loved it. And I was watching, I said, okay, I got my level with VolPro Edge. That's my level. And then sure enough, as it started to come down there, I could see for like the last hour, there had been a lot of bids sitting at that level. And as price approached it, they didn't move. And they tested that level once and the bid stood firm. And then on the retest, I mean, it was just clear as day, it was going up. So that was pretty cool. Yeah, yeah, please. Um, I think the link is below the chat, so and then you can just DM me in Discord. The link should be below the video when it's done streaming. Here, let me see if I can. Somebody put maybe I can put the link in the chat. I don't even know. Let me try. Give me a sec. I think I have it here. Or are you already in the Discord, Zest? Oh, you got it. Okay. You got it. Okay. Nice. Yeah, just shoot me a DM. Cool. Oh, there it is. I got it. Now we're connected on Discord. Nice. But Ralph, if you're making, so when I was watching that level there, that was just a fantastic way to go about that. I didn't need it, but it was fun to see that liquidity sitting there. Oh, good. Thanks, Zest. I'm going to check this out. Send me as much as you want to share. I'd love to read about that. Because it's nice hearing what you have to say, knowing about your background. That's cool. I mean, Amsterdam. And did you live over there, or did you do it remotely? I love Amsterdam. Well, back in the day, it's probably more crowded now. It's been a while since I've been there. Kind of a slow day here. I mean, the Dow was great. You can see we're kind of pushing higher here on ultra bonds. We're breaking the extension. That's why I like to wait for the close. Just getting back into the chat here, you guys. Yeah, it's definitely interesting. It's good to have insight, Zest, from somebody who's been in that world for sure. Oh, right. Yeah. Just before the vid. Now I got the vid. Yeah, Amsterdam's cool. Copenhagen's nice too. When I was younger and living in Sweden, I'd always take the train from Gothenburg down to Malmö, and then me and my buddies would take the train and party all night. We'd go to Copenhagen and party, and then take the train back in the morning. That was fun. Huh. We had fun just kind of partying. That was a long time ago. So I'd say so far, yeah, I'm gonna read through that Zest too later on, and I'm sure I'll have some questions. Just I'll be curious about some stuff you were working with. Sounds really interesting. A summary so far today is that we pretty much just nailed it to the wall down here. A little bit of a fumble there, a little bit of a red zone fumble, but some of you did not, which is great. So that's kind of the indices. That's what the indices gave. You know, we were there. Some of us took the football, held it, and walked it into the end zone. Some of us just took the football and dropped it. Yours truly dropped the football. But I'm not going to drop the football when I feel better. Or I won't drop it as frequently. So gold's kind of, I mean, I haven't really, since that good pullback there, which led to that push, gold's been doing nothing. So because again, I want to see, did I miss anything today? Like, I made a mistake on Dow, that's it. But it was still a great read. Gold here, have I missed anything since then? I mean, you had a good reaction off of our resistance reaction level there on the daily. Boom, right? But I didn't really get like a closed pattern up there. So, no, kind of tight price action. Silver we haven't missed anything. Copper, nothing. Platinum, I don't think I missed anything. This just kind of broke out unexpectedly. Ultra bonds and 30-year, I don't feel like I've missed anything. Is that a short right there on the 30-year? I mean, I don't want to miss anything as I'm summarizing missing things. I'm going to say I'm not going to take that because I just want to be, we broke that extension on close. And then we've got all that could have been resistance, but it's well broken. So now it's more support. So I don't really want to short into that. So, FX, I don't feel like I missed anything. Pound, CAD. That's just been going up. Supreme, I was thinking in Turkey, I think I went to a place called could it be like Antalya or something on the beach in Turkey? Something like that. I was there and I was with my Swedish girlfriend at the time. I was in graduate school in Sweden. Took a vacation from graduate school. And because we went with a bunch of Swedes, in the package tour. And so the Turkish people trying to sell things, tourist things, they wanted you to look at what they had. So they learned these jingles in each language. So like in German for the German tourists, Swedish for the Swedish tourists. And so I remember they would say, bara titta lite in Swedish. Bara titta lite means just take a little look. So it was kind of funny. I will let you know for sure. Yeah, Turkey, it was cool. It was a nice place. The beach was beautiful. So Australian dollar, yeah, it's cool to say that I've been there. I forgot that I went there until you mentioned Turkey. Australian dollar, I don't think I missed anything. Yen, no. We just got an order on CAD. I mean, we are approaching, we're pretty overextended here into that extension. We could be flashing up into it right here, you see. Could be interesting. Let's see. See the CAD. Well, oil's pushing. That's probably why. I mean, CAD's kind of, it looks bullish. I mean, on the monthly, I would say the CAD, you know, breaking through all that, that's a big break right there. We could squeeze. I don't think I want to bet on that short right there. That's just my feeling about it. So Ralph, yeah, that'd be cool to hear more about how you're seeing liquidity in the pockets. That's interesting. So there goes Bitcoin. Ethereum, Crude. She learned Swedish. Yeah, Swedish is like a song for sure. Huh. Parabimta bimpa. That sounds like Indian, like Pashtun or something. Parabimta bimta. Yeah, they said baratita lita. You'd be like, oh, you speak Swedish? And they'd be like, baratita lita. And then in German, I forget, what the song was, but they're like, in German, the same thing, like, just take a little look. Okay, you're in gold right now, same thing, 3405. And you're on the book map liquidity, right, Ralph? Since we're waiting, I'm just kind of taking an eye. I'm looking at the book map liquidity. So you talking about the support pocket, Ralph? So you can see like all that liquidity just got pulled at 04. Kind of interesting. Yeah. But it's a support pocket, right? On lower time frame, Ralph. Cool Supreme. Thank you, my friend. I'm just kicking around today just to hang out with you guys because I missed you. I'm pretty tired. I'm not like in the trading mood right now. If anything fantastic sets up, I'll take it, but I just kind of accept the fact that I called the Dow and botched it. That was the opportunity. The market did provide. So, cool. Take care, Supreme. See you tomorrow, man. Good to have you here. Ralph, lower time frame support pocket. Yeah. So you were just looking at that pocket and looking at the liquidity. And I think what Zest you're trying to say is just that probably things move so fast, all that's already baked in, and yeah, I think that's true. I think trying to read the DOM itself is probably, impossible. But like if this software just tells me like, hey, I like, whatever level on ES, and there's just been a lot of liquidity sitting at that level. Yeah, they can still pull it when we get there. It may not get there. So there's still lots of, like, I don't know. A book map for me, I mean, I think it's kind of fun. It may be just for my type of trading here, longer term, like I'm doing here on the with these 4-hour bars type things. It might just be too much information, and it's definitely not necessary. Just like, okay, does it help? Maybe, but at what cost? But I can definitely see with Bookmap, like what you're doing, Ralph, I think that's where it makes sense. Yeah, exactly. Definitely. And that's also, you're talking like also getting very tight, right? Go get the grocery Supreme. Yeah, I mean it's telling you who's aggressive. I mean, it can probably help a little bit. Yeah, I think traditional order flow on the DOM is like impossible. But in terms of like a heat map, that's what I'm looking at now, a heat map. And the heat map is showing you, how that liquidity has been dispersed and where those orders have accumulated and held for a long time, and then where they got pulled and put back on. That's, you know, and I have my settings here to filter out the like sort of the spoofing, the orders that come on fast and get taken away fast. I have it set to like only show orders that have been sitting there for a while. So right now, Ralph, you got a pretty good wall at 34.05. Yeah, exactly. It's basically historical because it's, you're looking at those orders. I mean, it's live, but it's showing you, hey, like back 30 minutes in time or 3 hours in time, these orders have been sitting here at this level on the book, for the last 3 hours. So at least, you know, and they're big orders. So they're, you know, telling that there's something at that level. I think gold could be setting up for a nice short tonight in our end of day analysis with this flash pattern. Bang. And then if we close like that, I mean, I think you could get one of these moves on gold, especially if indices just keep pushing higher. Could. I might have to take a shot on that on the end of day. Depending on where, if that closes like that, I mean, yeah, we broke that. It's true. And we are pushing here. So it's a little harder to take. I agree. But you've still got this flash. I probably wouldn't take it, but it would be freaking tempting. But just the fact that we broke through all that, I don't like. Yeah, I think A lot of it's just personal feel and all that. I was just looking at the book map, just, to see. It's not. I think it's probably like a better one market thing, like what you're doing, Ralph. Like if you're just looking to trade pockets or something and you can find a little bit of confirmation and resting orders and liquidity. But for me, trading all these markets, it's kind of, it might be a little distracting and not really helpful. Like probably, like I don't need the book map to know that VolPro Edge nailed this level this morning. And we called it last night in the video, so. So I think it's valuable. But it's a question. It's like a cost to benefit analysis, right? How much, not what it costs monetarily. What does it cost in terms of focus and split focus and then what type of benefit does that give for that cost of split focusing? Like, probably doesn't. For me, kind of what I'm seeing yesterday and today, it does give some good reads, but it also distracts me from focusing squarely on what I need to look at. So the cost to benefit probably won't be there for me. That's kind of what I'm feeling at this exact moment. But it's just like Rafa trading the EMAs into DMLs, and he's doing great. And then Ralph, you might find your little piece, you know, order flow by itself is really difficult. But if you can match it up to some stuff you're using with VolPro Edge, I mean, that's awesome. There's going to be so many different ways to use it. The Nasdaq. If we got to move down here, like I find the book map on the Nasdaq just not great. On the ES and gold, silver, it's pretty interesting to see those levels. The Dow, it's not really great on too. It's pretty thin. Oh, tell you what, when you're sick, you just appreciate nothing but health. You just want your health back. All I want. Well, the grains, well, the grains and the livestock about to close. Look at the Russell all day. I mean, that's pretty tight. There's the close of the Nasdaq. Probably a lot of support in here. Kind of similar to that one there. You see how that pattern right there. It's quite similar to the Nasdaq right there. You see the Dow, Nasdaq, pretty similar. But I have a lot of support right here. See, 920, I think, is where you got a lot of support. But I find on the book map, Nasdaq, it doesn't really give you much useful information that I can see. On ES and GC, silver, yeah, but on NQ, not really. Yeah. Yeah, I'm just keeping an eye on it. I just don't want it to distract me too much from my overall trading. That's the thing, Ralph. But yeah, soybeans, that was what was really interesting yesterday. That to see all those contracts get pulled. But I've noticed that it just, like on Nasdaq, it's kind of like there's just orders being added and pulled all the time. So Nasdaq, there's almost like no resting orders. Well, I mean, right now, for example, okay, so here's the thing. Let's see if the book map works. Like my level on VolPro Edge would be down here around 21,920 to try to get long. Like I'm not saying I'm going to, but that's pretty stacked right there, right? Well, on the Nasdaq here, the closest thing I can find to orders that have been sitting around a little while is that you've got a big cluster of orders at 21,929 to 21,930 basically. But they've only been sitting there since 2:04 p.m. So they were only put on 3 minutes ago, right? So it's not exactly resting liquidity. But let's just see if price goes back down. Maybe that's even good enough. Like say, okay, I know I want to buy the Nasdaq here. Well, somebody's got right now, right at that level there. There's like 75 contracts, but now it's so now you've got all the liquidity at 36. So it's kind of shifted up. That's been there since 205. Now it just shifted up again. No, that liquidity is still sitting there at 36. But my level for VolPro Edge would be anywhere from 25 to 07. Yeah, I mean, I don't think long's a bad. It's the direction I would pick. It could push back up to the highs. I'm not taking it just because we've already. I don't know. We're still only 200 points off the lows, so it's really not that bad. I don't know. I don't think it's a bad trade. Everyone waiting for it to go up. Afraid they're already long. Yeah, it could be. But it looks similar to the Dow here. You know, up, pull back, and then continue. Nasdaq up. I mean, but then could go higher. I wish you luck, Zest. Yes. Yeah, I'm definitely going to keep watching the liquidity, Ralph, for sure. I'm just, it's you just gotta, it's cost to benefit. Just gotta keep an eye on it. And it's also about scaling too, right? I'm still trying to figure out how to like scale everything to like easily get a read on what's going on. I don't think so. Did you? Did it help? I just tried to filter out based on my settings. Did it help? There's Bitcoin. Okay. Let's see. Hmm. I- Oh, here, manage atoms. I see. I see. Okay, I'll try that later. That's it. I guess I can install it now. It's a plugin. Okay, it says ready to use. Okay, what do you use? Filter one standard? Yes, but it says it's kind of made for like ES, NQ, but I don't know. Maybe it works on all of them. Kind of curious. I'm not gonna buy Nasdaq probably, but if it was to fish down into like 21, 915 or something, could be interesting. That's the thing that's hard about the Nasdaq. I mean, the order book. Oh, I mean, we are rolling over though. That's true. But still, like down at 21,915 right now. There's 5 contracts. 918. Yeah, I like that whole zone right there, Zest. 918, 920, 915. For me, I see a lot of support right here with VolPro Edge. And on the daily here, you got a lot of support there. That could then push us back up here. uh, UB trying to distribute off that level. ZB as well. Wow, you got that's pretty interesting on the Nasdaq. On the book map, you've got a huge sell wall at 950 to 955. Really 955. That's kind of interesting. 610 contracts at 955. But they've only just been put there. So and it's amazing once they get put there, price wants to go there to sniff it out. Let's be right back, guys. I'm gonna check on my kid. She's crying. All right. Well, it's coming down to that level. Interestingly, there's like no big liquidity there, but see if that means anything. Did Crude just do something crazy? Just a quick little 50-cent move. Yeah, my 5-year-old, she's pretty immature as it is. She's 5.5. She's very immature. But now when the baby came, like it just devastated her whole world. So it's making our family life very, very tumultuous at the moment. Because my 5-year-old's always been difficult, but now she's extra difficult, which I'm looking forward to just kind of enjoying life again. It's been tough. It's tough when you live away from both sets of parents, you know. It's easier if you have aunts and uncles and cousins and grandparents and that kind of stuff. So that's also one of the reasons I'm trying to. Nice, Luke. Are you long? A lot of support there. Now you just got a ton of liquidity coming in at that 915 level. So I'd be curious to see if that validates a retest long. I could try it on some micros just to test and put a stop below like 900. So there's that liquidity. Oh, it just got bombed through. That's super interesting. Like, see, that's where like there was an enormous amount of contracts sitting as support at 915, and then they all just got, I don't know if they got pulled or if they got taken out. You know, I couldn't tell. And now there's 1,000 contracts at 21,905, but they just got put there. So like, you know, does that mean anything? I don't know. I think so. I still think you're pretty good there from 919, Luke. But this is why I think a trade of 8 went blank. That's sorry to hear that, Ralph. You got 918. Yeah, I think you're good if you held through that. Now you got 1,000 contracts at 21,905. But I don't know. I'm just following my system, waiting for my signals. I don't want to get in on the short-term stuff. Meanwhile, my 5-year-old's having a meltdown. Oh, sorry to hear that, Luke. Yeah, TradingView sucks. Yeah, I think bigger targets and bigger stops are kind of the way to go. It's kind of my opinion about it. I'm just gonna focus on VolPro Edge for right now. I feel like I've seen bookmap enough for today. I'm super tired from being sick, so I don't want to have to use any more processing power than I need to. Just gonna see if any good VolPro Edge set up, then I'll see. NQ could be, if this pulls back into a pocket here, I mean, I'm going to have to buy it. But I'm waiting until the close. Dow, Russell, gold, silver, copper. This is why I'm going to have to get an office. Like right now, I'm listening to my 5-year-old like yell and scream at my wife. And it's just, this is what she does. And it's like trading is stressful enough. Like you don't need your whole family fighting in the background. It's crazy. So that's like a nice little flash pattern there on Bitcoin, but I wouldn't want to short there. Crude, heating oil. Okay, so still there's a ton of support in this pocket here. At least it's moving. Something's happening. ES kind of sitting down. So I'll be right back, guys. Just gonna check in on the family, but I think you had a good read there, Luke. I just think you got a little unlucky. Like, I don't know, a lot of selling came in. At the same time, I mean, your stop was pretty tight as well, right? So, all right, I'll be right back. All right. So it's gonna be much nicer when she's, she's 5. She's been home like all week being sick. She's been sick since Saturday, Sunday. So next week when she goes to school and we're all better, that's gonna be nice. I mean, I think the day is pretty much over for me soon. It's almost 3 o'clock. I don't really like power hour. And I'm just going to say, you know what I have to say. The Dow was the trade, and that was great. And when you capitalize on those, you don't need anything else, right? So we picked it, we nailed it. I got to save some energy for the end of day analysis for you guys. I'm still really tired, so I'll take like a quick power nap and then do that for you guys. But I think I'm on the mend now, so just got to keep the mend going. 6-point stop. Yeah, that's that's a tight stop. Luke, 6 points. Well, right up in here, Jacob, I was talking about it was the middle of the envelope, like right in there, which happened to be right at all this here. So probably right in here. So from here to there, it was a good trade. Yeah, next time I'm going to adjust my stop based on maybe micros so I can give it that wider zone. Again, not that I can't do the full contract, but on these Topstep accounts, I want to kind of trade them with you guys and build them up. And I don't really want to take like back-to-back, $500 or $600 losses against a $4,500 draw. So that'll be what I'll do. Where here? I mean, this was like this, but that part of the pocket gets set when that closes. But still, all this is here. So, I mean, I was just basing it. I talked about it at that time. I said the target would be around the middle of the envelope there. I just thought that would just like, I thought it could go higher, but I thought that was a good first spot, So, All right. All right, guys, I'm going to hit it. I got to rest before I do the analysis and I got to recharge a little bit. Which one are you talking about, Jacob? Because I did enter here on the Dow. And that was because there we challenged down, held all that daily support, and then we fired back up. So you can, if you rewind the live stream, you'll go back and see. Yeah. Yeah, no, but I fumbled it. I messed it up because I don't know. I just didn't trade it well. Again, I think I just want to use a wider, because I was like, once I was in the trade, I was like, okay, I know my stop needs to go back here. It does. And I was like, well, that's like a $600 stop. I'm like, I don't really want to take that risk, So when it started to go against me here, I was like, oh, if that's breaking down, I was looking at the core DML and I was like, I'll just get out. And then what I did, so I lost like $175 there, like a retard. And then when this started pushing back up here, then I was like, I'm getting back in. So I just got back in. And then as it pushed back up here, I got back out because I just totally botched the whole thing. And anyways, I didn't expect to come in with my 100% game today. I feel about 70% max. So anyways, the point I was trying to make was that the read was really good. My execution wasn't great. Other people had good execution. That was the good trade. And that was the one that was kind of on the radar. you know. Yeah, it wasn't too bad, but I cut it a little too short. I mean, look at all that daily support sitting right there. You know, that's all that daily support right there. So just because these were it just broke them a little bit and fished down here. It was a mistake. Look, what happened was I was thinking about the fact that, okay, if this goes down, like, and goes to my stop here, do I want to risk $600 on this XFA right now? And my answer at that moment was no, I don't want to risk $600 on this XFA right now. And I was like, okay, well, then it's, I probably shouldn't really be in the trade, right? So therefore, I need to cut the size down so that that stop, is $300 instead of $600. Then I'm not going to have a problem letting it do whatever the heck it wants to do. So yeah, I played it careful because I want to keep these XFAs. So I think, next time, just I got to figure out the quick sizing off the top of my head where I go, hey, look, I know my Dow stop is about 100 points, 120 points. Okay, I'm going to go whatever, 5 micros or 6 micros or something, getting it more in the range of risk that I'm comfortable with for these XFAs. So, yeah. So, look, not a bad day. Didn't lose money. Made $100 net. Big. No, but I would say, like, what shoulda. Well, if I sized correctly, let's say I would have sized like maybe 6 micros there on the Dow, and then from 42,680, get out right up in here at like, 860. It's like 180 points or something like that. That would be a nice day. So read it well and I learned something valuable. So that's it. So I'll leave it there for you guys. Thanks for being here, man. And just today and tomorrow, I'm just getting back on my feet, trying to feel better. I'm exhausted. It's been an exhausting week. It's been an exhausting month, the child and all that stuff, but the COVID has not helped. I appreciate the timing. It's been beautiful, but I'm gonna be happy to be 100%. And it's, trading is so much like when you feel like, for me, it's like being an athlete. Like I'm ready to like, do this, right? That's like that feeling of you're going to go into like a basketball game or whatever. You're like, all right, I'm ready to go. Trading for me, I like feeling like that. Like, all right, I'm ready to go. And like when you feel this bad, it's hard for me to be like, all right, I'm ready. I'm like, no, I'm really not feeling good, And so I knew that that's how it would be today and tomorrow. So, all right, guys, I'll be back later with the end of day analysis, and hope you guys had a good day. Thanks for being here. Thanks, JP. Appreciate it, man. Thanks, guys. I'm on my way. The meds are working, so I feel 10 times. Thanks, Jacob. I appreciate it, man. I feel 10 times better today than I did yesterday or the day before. So it's heading the right direction. It's just this was a powerful COVID. Like I haven't had it like this since the original one. So thanks, Christian. Appreciate you guys. Everybody, Ralph, Zest. Hope you guys all trade well. I'm looking forward to feeling better and catching some fire on these XFAs, doing it live, settling in, and just kind of getting back to the momentum we were building before I got sick. So that's what I'm going to regain. So, but look, the end of day analysis, was pretty sweet, picking off the levels again and just all that. So we just continue to put ourselves in the right spot, and everything else will take care of itself. Okay, see you guys.